Universitas Sebelas Maret, toward a world-class university.
Mendapatkan pendidikan yang layak melalui lembaga-lembaga terpercaya. Salah satunya adalah sekolah. Banyaknya sekolah yang tersebar di Indonesia, di kota, di desa, bahkan di daerah terpencil yang sulit dijangkau, menjadi bukti pentingnya pendidikan bagi kita. Karena hal itulah dibutuhkan sosok seorang guru yang ikhlas menyalurkan keilmuannya, memiliki kualitas SDM, profesional, pedagogik, kepribadian, dan sosial yang unggul untuk mengembangkan para peserta didik. Menjadi guru yang handal dan profesional adalah suatu tuntutan yang melekat. Setelah berangkat dari tekad dan kemauan yang kuat untuk menjadi guru, mari ayunkan langkah menuju perguruan tinggi penghasil tenaga pendidik dan kependidikan. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan atau FKIP Universitas 11 Maret yang berada di Kota Surakarta menjadi salah satu solusi dari permasalahan tersebut. FKIP UNS adalah salah satu lembaga penghasil guru yang telah diakui mutu dan keberadaannya. Profil lulusan FKIP UNS menjadi guru yang kreatif, inovatif, cinta budaya, dan berjiwa milenial telah dikenal di berbagai sekolah dan lembaga pendidikan di seluruh penjuru tanah air, bahkan di luar negeri.
Visi FKIP UNS adalah menjadi pusat pengembangan ilmu, teknologi, dan seni di bidang keguruan dan ilmu pendidikan bereputasi internasional dengan berlandaskan pada nilai-nilai luhur budaya nasional. Pelaksanaan organisasi atau kelembagaan ini mengacu pada budaya kerja aktif, yaitu achievement orientation, customer satisfaction, teamwork, integrity, visionary, and entrepreneurship.
FKIP UNS terletak di beberapa lokasi. Selain kampus Induk Kentingan, juga di Ngoresan, Kleco, Pabelan, dan Kebumen. Saat ini, FKIP UNS mengelola lebih dari 10.000 mahasiswa dengan 47 program studi, terdiri dari 24 program studi S1, 1 program profesi guru, 17 program studi S2, dan 5 program studi S3. Untuk program S1 dan S2, terdiri dari program studi dalam rumpun ilmu pendidikan, bahasa dan sastra, matematika dan IPA, IPS, dan pendidikan teknik kejuruan. Untuk program studi S3, terdiri dari program studi S3 Ilmu Pendidikan, S3 Pendidikan Bahasa Indonesia, dan S3 Pendidikan IPA. Sebanyak 82,5% program studi S1 telah berhasil memperoleh akreditasi A. FKIP UNS memiliki tenaga pengajar atau dosen yang berkualifikasi unggul. Jumlah dosen sekarang adalah 392 orang, 173 orang diantaranya bergelar doktor, dan 33 orang bergelar guru besar. Lebih dari 50% dosen telah berhasil menulis artikel di dalam jurnal internasional bereputasi dan terindeks. Beberapa buku dan karya paten juga banyak dihasilkan oleh para dosen. Dalam rangka menuju World Class University, telah sedang dan terus melakukan program internasionalisasi. Di antaranya adalah Visiting Professor, program praktik lapangan internasional, research kolaboratif, joint conference, joint publication. Beberapa perguruan tinggi yang telah bekerja sama program internasionalisasi antara lain dari Amerika Serikat, Jerman, Jepang, India, Singapura, Thailand, Brunei Darussalam, dan Malaysia. Untuk merespon perkembangan teknologi informasi program studi di FKIP UNS, telah menerapkan metode pembelajaran berbasis digital melalui program blended learning. Penelitian dan pengabdian masyarakat melalui sistem Intelligence Research and Innovation Service, sistem informasi akademik untuk mahasiswa, serta informasi beasiswa yang dapat diakses secara online kapanpun dan dimanapun. Dalam bidang kemahasiswaan untuk mengembangkan soft skill, penyaluran bakat dan minat mahasiswa, FKIP UNS memiliki 11 unit kegiatan mahasiswa atau UKM. Di antaranya, Lembaga Pers Mahasiswa Motivasi, Organisasi Pecinta Alam Brahma Hardika, Peron Theater, Sentra Kegiatan Islam, Keluarga Mahasiswa Katolik, Persekutuan Mahasiswa Kristen, Badan Eksekutif Mahasiswa, Dewan Mahasiswa, Kelompok Paduan Suara Vox Magistra, Lingkar Studi Pendidikan, dan Unit Pengembangan Kesenian Daerah. Melalui kegiatan mahasiswa, FKIP UNS telah menghasilkan prestasi luar biasa dalam berbagai event dalam skala nasional maupun internasional. Sesuai dengan semboyan Ki Hajar Dewantara, ing ngarsa sungtulodo, ing madya malunkarsa, tutwuri handayani. FKIP UNS terus berbenah, bergeliat, berubah ke arah yang lebih baik. Mencetak calon guru yang profesional, mampu memberi teladan, memberi semangat, serta dorongan positif untuk meningkatkan mutu pendidikan Indonesia.
Saya alumni FKIP UNS, Pendidikan Matematika pada tahun 1992. Dan alhamdulillah saya pun juga alumni Pendidikan Matematika Pasca Sarjana UNS. Sekarang saya bekerja di SMA Negeri 1 Surakarta, diamanai sebagai kepala sekolah. Alhamdulillah saya bersyukur menjadi alumni UNS, khususnya FKIP, dan terkhusus lagi adalah Pendidikan Matematika, karena selama kami kuliah di FKIP UNS, mendapatkan bekal yang cukup, sehingga untuk berkarir di masa depan, sesuai dengan ilmu yang saya peroleh di UNS, bisa diterapkan dengan baik. Dan pada saat ini, saya sebagai Kepala SMA Negeri 1 Surakarta, merasakan betul dan bisa membedakan dari guru-guru yang kebetulan alumni dari FKIP UNS. Mereka sangat kompeten di bidangnya dan mereka sangat berdedikasi tinggi untuk menyampaikan ilmunya dan menjadi guru yang profesional. Nah, untuk ke depan, sebagai ungkapan seorang alumni FKIP UNS, berharap betul bahwa alumni FKIP UNS ke depan itu benar-benar bisa menjadi contoh dan juga bisa mengikuti perkembangan zaman.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di program studi Magister Pendidikan Pancasila dan Kewarganegaraan, Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas 11 Maret. Ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi berkembang sangat pesat. Perkembangan ini membutuhkan dan juga mempengaruhi eksistensi semua bidang ilmu, termasuk bidang pendidikan Pancasila dan kewarganegaraan. Bidang ilmu PPKN terus bertransformasi mengikuti perkembangan zaman sehingga memerlukan wadah pengembangan akademik dalam bentuk program studi Magister Pendidikan Pancasila dan Kewarganegaraan. Kami adalah program studi yang mengembangkan keilmuan dan bidang PPKN. Kami bertekad menjadi Center of Excellence untuk pengkajian dan diskursus PPKN. Kami mengundang seluruh sivitas akademika PPKN di Indonesia maupun di seluruh dunia untuk bergabung bersama kami membangun smart and good citizen. Kami berkomitmen untuk menjadi program studi yang bereputasi dan berkelas internasional. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
It's time to bring education into the fourth industrial revolution. Flexible, tailor-made curricula are taught by teachers who become mentors to their students, giving the workforce of tomorrow the tools to become active lifelong learners, independent problem solvers, and create a diverse and pluralistic society where every person understands and plays to their strengths, building a fair and self-sustaining model for education rather than knowledge. Universitas Sebelas Maret is here to align Education 4.0 with Industry 4.0. Universitas Sebelas Maret was established on March 11, 1976. As one of the most outstanding universities in Indonesia, Universitas Sebelas Maret has noble ideals to develop the country.
Universitas Sebelas Maret is located in the suburban area of Surakarta, colloquially known as Solo, a city in central Java, Indonesia. The city is located within a 50-minute flight from Jakarta and 1-hour flight from Bali. Solo is well known as a city of culture and the capital of batik.
Universitas Sebelas Maret Surakarta has grown rapidly over the years. It has positioned itself to become the leading institution in Indonesia. Universitas Sebelas Maret strives to provide high-quality education, develop scientific knowledge and technology products at an international level. With its adequate and appropriate learning infrastructure, Universitas Sebelas Maret offers a unique and engaging learning environment and provides integrated IT facilities and information system in a convenient academic atmosphere and green campus area.
The library features thousands of books and provides access to a wide variety of international journals, which is expected to enhance the learning of the students, faculty, and researchers.
In addition to the fundamental concepts and skills required for a successful career, a graduate of the Universitas Sebelas Maret is armed with soft skills by taking part in various student activities on campus and student organizations both at national and international level.
Students also have the opportunity to acquire global experience through student exchange programs, global internship programs, multilateral research projects, and other international collaborative activities. Universitas Sebelas Maret encourages all researchers to promote their work through publication in national and international journals, as well as other forms of dissemination, such as presentation at national and international scientific forums. Researchers have produced excellent research products and become engaged in the activities of the community through various community service programs.
Active partnership and strong collaborations have become inseparable parts of Universitas Sebelas Maret, without which progress in education, research, and community service wouldn't have been achieved. Our international partnerships create ample opportunities for student and staff exchange, research collaboration, and community service. International collaboration helps to give a global perspective on learning in order to address global challenges while still functioning in a national environment based on potential and local wisdom.
Universitas Sebelas Maret has three main agendas toward a world-class university. Acceleration at various phases of development is needed by embracing the foundation of UNS Benteng Pancasila. Therefore, 5 strategic policy pillars were decided.
We gladly welcome you to explore and experience our program and to enjoy our campus life, which depicts a blend of cultural power, professional life, and technological advance. Universitas Sebelas Maret, toward a world-class university.
Setiap warga negara Indonesia memiliki hak untuk mendapatkan pendidikan yang layak melalui lembaga-lembaga terpercaya. Salah satunya adalah sekolah. Banyaknya sekolah yang tersebar di Indonesia, di kota, di desa, bahkan di daerah terpencil yang sulit dijangkau, menjadi bukti pentingnya pendidikan bagi kita. Karena hal itulah dibutuhkan sosok seorang guru yang ikhlas menyalurkan keilmuannya, memiliki kualitas SDM, profesional, pedagogik, kepribadian, dan sosial yang unggul untuk mengembangkan para peserta didik. Menjadi guru yang handal dan profesional adalah suatu tuntutan yang melekat. Setelah berangkat dari tekad dan kemauan yang kuat untuk menjadi guru, mari ayunkan langkah menuju perguruan tinggi penghasil tenaga pendidik dan kependidikan. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan atau FKIP Universitas 11 Maret yang berada di Kota Surakarta menjadi salah satu solusi dari permasalahan tersebut. FKIP UNS adalah salah satu lembaga penghasil guru yang telah diakui mutu dan keberadaannya. Profil lulusan FKIP UNS menjadi guru yang kreatif, inovatif, cinta budaya, dan berjiwa milenial telah dikenal di berbagai sekolah dan lembaga pendidikan di seluruh penjuru tanah air, bahkan di luar negeri.
Visi FKIP UNS adalah menjadi pusat pengembangan ilmu, teknologi, dan seni di bidang keguruan dan ilmu pendidikan, bereputasi internasional dengan berlandaskan pada nilai-nilai luhur budaya nasional. Pelaksanaan organisasi atau kelembagaan ini mengacu pada budaya kerja aktif, yaitu achievement orientation, customer satisfaction, teamwork, integrity, visionary, and entrepreneurship.
FKIP UNS terletak di beberapa lokasi. Selain kampus induk Kentingan, juga di Ngoresan, Kleco, Pabelan, dan Kebumen. Saat ini, FKIP UNS mengelola lebih dari 10.000 mahasiswa dengan 47 program studi, terdiri dari 24 program studi S1, 1 program profesi guru, 17 program studi S2, dan 5 program studi S3. Untuk program S1 dan S2, terdiri dari program studi dalam rumpun ilmu pendidikan, bahasa dan sastra, matematika dan IPA, IPS, dan pendidikan teknik kejuruan. Untuk program studi S3, terdiri dari program studi S3 Ilmu Pendidikan, S3 Pendidikan Bahasa Indonesia, dan S3 Pendidikan IPA. Sebanyak 82,5% program studi S1 telah berhasil memperoleh akreditasi A. FKIP UNS memiliki tenaga pengajar atau dosen yang berkualifikasi unggul. Jumlah dosen sekarang adalah 392 orang, 173 orang diantaranya bergelar doktor, dan 33 orang bergelar guru besar. Lebih dari 50% dosen telah berhasil menulis artikel di dalam jurnal internasional bereputasi dan terindeks. Beberapa buku dan karya paten juga banyak dihasilkan oleh para dosen. Dalam rangka menuju World Class University, telah sedang dan terus melakukan program internasionalisasi. Di antaranya adalah Visiting Professor, program praktik lapangan internasional, Research Kolaboratif, Joint Conference, Joint Publication. Beberapa perguruan tinggi yang telah bekerja sama program internasionalisasi antara lain dari Amerika Serikat, Jerman, Jepang, India, Singapura, Thailand, Brunei Darussalam, dan Malaysia. Untuk merespon perkembangan teknologi informasi program studi di FKIP UNS, telah menerapkan metode pembelajaran berbasis digital melalui program blended learning. Penelitian dan pengabdian masyarakat melalui sistem Intelligent Research and Innovation Service, sistem informasi akademik untuk mahasiswa, serta informasi beasiswa yang dapat diakses secara online kapanpun dan dimanapun. Dalam bidang kemahasiswaan untuk mengembangkan soft skill, penyaluran bakat dan minat mahasiswa, FKIP UNS memiliki 11 unit kegiatan mahasiswa atau UKM. Di antaranya, Lembaga Pers Mahasiswa Motivasi, Organisasi Pecinta Alam Brahma Hardika, Peron Theater, Sentra Kegiatan Islam, Keluarga Mahasiswa Katolik, Persekutuan Mahasiswa Kristen, Badan Eksekutif Mahasiswa, Dewan Mahasiswa, Kelompok Paduan Suara Vox Magistra, Lingkar Studi Pendidikan, dan Unit Pengembangan Kesenian Daerah. Melalui kegiatan mahasiswa, FKIP UNS telah menghasilkan prestasi luar biasa dalam berbagai event dalam skala nasional maupun internasional. Sesuai dengan semboyan Ki Hajar Dewantara, Ing Ngarso Sungtulodo, Ing Madya Mangunkarso, Tutwuri Handayani. FKIP UNS terus berbenah, bergeliat, berubah ke arah yang lebih baik. Mencetak calon guru yang profesional, mampu memberi teladan, memberi semangat, serta dorongan positif untuk meningkatkan mutu pendidikan Indonesia.
Saya alumni FKIP UNS, Pendidikan Matematika pada tahun 1992. Dan alhamdulillah saya pun juga alumni Pendidikan Matematika Pasca Sarjana UNS. Sekarang saya bekerja di SMA Negeri 1 Surakarta, diamanai sebagai kepala sekolah. Alhamdulillah, saya bersyukur menjadi alumni UNS, khususnya FKIP, dan terkhusus lagi adalah Pendidikan Matematika, karena selama kami kuliah di FKIP UNS, mendapatkan bekal yang cukup, sehingga untuk berkarir di masa depan sesuai dengan ilmu yang saya peroleh di UNS bisa diterapkan dengan baik. Dan pada saat ini, saya sebagai Kepala SMA Negeri 1 Surakarta merasakan betul dan bisa membedakan dari guru-guru yang kebetulan alumni dari FKIP UNS. Mereka sangat kompeten di bidangnya dan mereka sangat berdedikasi tinggi untuk menyampaikan ilmunya dan menjadi guru yang profesional. Nah, untuk ke depan, sebagai ungkapan seorang alumni FKIP UNS, berharap betul bahwa alumni FKIP UNS ke depan itu benar-benar bisa menjadi contoh dan juga bisa mengikuti perkembangan zaman.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di program studi Magister Pendidikan Pancasila dan Kewarganegaraan, Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Sebelas Maret. Ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi berkembang sangat pesat. Perkembangan ini membutuhkan dan juga mempengaruhi eksistensi semua bidang ilmu, termasuk bidang pendidikan Pancasila dan kewarganegaraan. Bidang ilmu PPKN terus bertransformasi mengikuti perkembangan zaman sehingga memerlukan wadah pengembangan akademik dalam bentuk program studi Magister Pendidikan Pancasila dan Kewarganegaraan. Kami adalah program studi yang mengembangkan keilmuan dan bidang PPKN. Kami bertekad menjadi Center of Excellence untuk pengkajian dan diskursus PPKN. Kami mengundang seluruh sivitas akademika PPKN di Indonesia maupun di seluruh dunia untuk bergabung bersama kami membangun smart and good citizen. Kami berkomitmen untuk menjadi program studi yang bereputasi dan berkelas internasional. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
It's time to bring education into the fourth industrial revolution. Flexible, tailor-made curricula are taught by teachers who become mentors to their students, giving the workforce of tomorrow the tools to become active lifelong learners, independent problem solvers, and create a diverse and pluralistic society where every person understands and plays to their strengths, building a fair and self-sustaining model for education rather than knowledge. Universitas Sebelas Maret is here to align Education 4.0 with Industry 4.0. Universitas Sebelas Maret was established on March 11, 1976. As one of the most outstanding universities in Indonesia, Universitas Sebelas Maret has noble ideals to develop the country.
Universitas Sebelas Maret is located in the suburban area of Surakarta, colloquially known as Solo, a city in central Java, Indonesia. The city is located within a 50-minute flight from Jakarta and 1-hour flight from Maret. Solo is well known as a city of culture and the capital of batik.
Universitas Sebelas Maret Surakarta has grown rapidly over the years. It has positioned itself to become the leading institution in Indonesia. Universitas Sebelas Maret strives to provide high-quality education, develop scientific knowledge and technology products at an international level. With its adequate and appropriate learning infrastructure, Universitas Sebelas Maret offers a unique and engaging learning environment and provides integrated IT facilities and information system in a convenient academic atmosphere and green campus area.
The library features thousands of books and provides access to a wide variety of international journals, which is expected to enhance the learning of the students, faculty, and researchers.
In addition to the fundamental concepts and skills required for a successful career, a graduate of the Universitas Sebelas Maret is armed with soft skills by taking part in various student activities on campus and student organizations both at national and international level.
Students also have the opportunity to acquire global experience through student exchange programs, global internship programs, multilateral research projects, and other international collaborative activities. Universitas Sebelas Maret encourages all researchers to promote their work through publication in national and international journals, as well as other forms of dissemination, such as presentation at national and international scientific forums. Researchers have produced excellent research products and become engaged in the activities of the community through various community service programs.
Active partnership and strong collaborations have become inseparable parts of Universitas Sebelas Maret, without which progress in education, research, and community service wouldn't have been achieved.
Oke, selamat pagi Pak Dekan.
Selamat pagi Prof. Tri, selamat pagi Bapak Ibu semuanya.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Dekan. Welcome to the first international conference on social sciences and education.
Okay, you are welcome, Prof. Tri.
Berlin, the meeting can be started.
Okay.
At the various phase of development is needed by embracing the foundation of UNS Benteng Pancasila. Therefore, 5 strategic policy pillars were decided.
We gladly welcome you to explore and experience our program and to enjoy our campus life, which depicts a blend of cultural power, professional life, and technological advance. Universitas Sebelas Maret, toward a world-class university.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. The Honorable, the Dean of Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Sebelas Maret University, Dr. Mardiana, and the Honorable our speakers, Professor Ian Davies from University of York, United Kingdom, Associate Professor Swee-Choo from University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Malaysia, Profesor Dr. Triyanto SHM, Sebelas Maret University, and also Associate Professor Dr. Rusnaini MSE from Sebelas Maret University. And ladies and gentlemen in this conference, welcome to the first international conference on Social Studies and Education, ICSSE 2021, Strengthening Social Capital and Education in the COVID-19 Pandemic, organized by Postgraduate of Civic Education, Sebelas Maret University. It's kind of an excellent event organized by this campus. As the first ICSSE, hopefully will be one of the hundreds conference media for digging deeper the knowledge about social science and education. For starting this appreciable event, today I'm Religia Berlin will inform you the following activities for opening ceremony of ICSSE 2021. In this first day, this event will be started with singing national anthem Indonesia Raya, conference chair report by Professor Triyanto, opening remark from the Dean of Faculty of Education, Sebelas Maret University by Dr. Mardiana, traditional dance performance, main session 1 with Associate Professor Swee-Choo and Associate Professor Rusnaini. And then we have some break and we can continue for our main session 2 with our speaker, Professor Ian Davies and Professor Triyanto. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to start our activities today with our first session, our first activity, singing national anthem, Indonesia Raya. All the participants may stand up. Indonesia participant may have a seat. For our next agenda, conference chair report, reported by Professor Triyanto. To the Honorable Professor Triyanto, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sebelas Maret University, Dr. Mardiana, respected speakers, Professor Davies from University of York, United Kingdom, Associate Professor Swee-Choo from Sultan Idris Education University, Malaysia, Associate Professor Rusnaini from Sebelas Maret University, Indonesia. Dear researchers, lecturers, teachers, students, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the first International Conference on Social Sciences and Education 2021. This conference aims to provide academic opportunities from various disciplines and countries to share their research through the conference podium and our double-blind referred publication. The papers selection will be carried out during the paper review process and at the conference presentation stage. All accepted papers will be published in the ICSSE online proceedings. Selected papers will be published in the Scopus Index Journal Partners. The final decision for paper selection will be based on peer review report by the guest editors and editors-in-chief. The conference also provides a premier interdisciplinary platform for researchers, practitioners, and educators to present and discuss the most recent innovation, trends, concerns, and practical challenges encountered and solutions adopted in social sciences and education. The conference brings together international academics, including professors, lecturers, researchers, college students, to pursue research in their respective fields. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, this referred today conference will be held virtually. This conference is jointly organized by Postgraduate of Civic Education Department and Research Group of Law and Citizenship Faculty of Education, Sebelas Maret University Indonesia, Sultan Idris Education University Indonesia, Malaysia, Research Center of Police Science and Tourism Studies, University of Indonesia, Postgraduate of Civic Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, Indonesia, Postgraduate of Civic Education, Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia. The conference is attended more than 250 presenters and participants. Before beginning this conference, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you who sincerely committed to this conference to make it a success. This event would have been impossible without the support of each and everyone present here. The schedule of the seminar includes encouragement, discussion, and debate by the esteemed delegates. I ensure that this conference will be profitable and fruitful for everyone present here. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Professor Triyanto, Conference Chairs.
Thank you for the report from Professor Triyanto. And next, we are going to the next agenda. Opening remark from the Dean of Faculty of Education, Sebelas Maret University. To the Honorable Dr. Mardiana, time is yours.
Thank you very much, the Master of Ceremony. Honorable Professor Davies from Department of Education, University of York, United Kingdom. Honorable Associate Professor Swee-Choo from Faculty of Human Development, Sultan Idris Education University, Malaysia. Honorable Professor Dr. Triyanto, Department of Civic Education, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Sebelas Maret. Honorable Associate Professor Dr. Rusnaini, Department of Civic Education, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Sebelas Maret. distinguished speaker and guests, dear all participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. On behalf of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Sebelas Maret, Indonesia, it's my great pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to the first International Conference on Social Sciences and Education 2021, with the theme Strengthening Social Capital and Education in the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you very much for joining this international conference. Then I would like to also express my sincere appreciation to the Department of Master of Civic Education, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Sebelas Maret, for hosting and organizing this international conference. We realize that the COVID-19 pandemic today has impacted all sectors of a country, including the educational sector. It even almost paralyzed the move of education in some developing countries, including Indonesia. In attempt to stabilize teachers, continuous professional development, and the move of educational development, this internal conference aims to provide a forum for researchers, academics, teachers, social principals, government agencies, and consultants to share their views and thoughts on teacher education trend from perspective of professional development and teaching practice in age of COVID-19. My deepest gratitude also goes to all plenary speakers who are coming from some countries for their availability and willingness to share their knowledge, experience, and expertise. I am fully confident that their participation will strengthen the conference standing. My thanks also go to the parallel presenters who will share their knowledge and experience in this forum. I would like to also express my genuine appreciation to all participants who are joining this international event. The conference would not have been possible without your participation. Hopefully, you can create a meaningful academic journey through participating in this international conference and gain insightful knowledge. Enjoying the conference, and I hope to see you again in our future agendas. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I declare the conference is officially open. That's all my speech. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much for the speech from Dr. Mardiana. And now our conference is officially open. And we're going to the next agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to watch our performance from our students. They will perform traditional dance. And now you may have a look. Big applause for our students who perform Tari Gambyong. It's really amazing performance from them, and thank you very much for watching them. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are finished for doing the opening ceremony, and right now we are going to our main session, which we have our speaker from University Sultan Idris Malaysia and also from Sebelas Maret University. And thank you very much for the coming from the Dean of Faculty of Education, Sebelas Maret University, Dr. Mardiana. And maybe if you have another agenda, you may leave our Zoom right now. Thank you and really appreciate for your coming.
Terima kasih Pak Dekan. Thank you very much for your attendance.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Triyanto. I permit to another activity.
Yes, please.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue our session. We will have our main session. As we know that we will have two main sessions today, and we are going to the first session, and we will have much material from our speaker. At the first, we are going to have a session with Associate Professor Swee-Choo from Sultan Idris Education University, Malaysia, and then will be continued by Associate Professor Rusnaini from Sebelas Maret University. And this session will be guided by our moderator, Dr. Rini Triastuti. And for this time, to the Honorable Dr. Rini Triastuti, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Berlin. What a beautiful dancing. Okay, the Honorable Dr. Goh and Dr. Rusnaini and on the audience, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. I wish you all good health. Okay, in this session, I'm going to guide this session. I would like to say Welcome to the first International Conference on Social Science and Education. In this session, we have two presenters. The first, Dr. Goh, and the second is Dr. Rusnaini. The first opportunity I will give to Dr. Goh. Time is yours for 30 minutes.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Just give me a few seconds. I'll also need to put up my PowerPoint. But before I do that, thank you very much to the moderator, Dr. Rini. Thank you for the wonderful welcome.
Thank you.
And of course to Professor Triyanto, whom I've known for a couple of years already.
Dr. Goh.
Yes, and most important, to thank you to the whole Secretariat and the committee of ICSSE for this wonderful invitation. I'm truly honored to be with everyone here today, although we are so far away. But imagine this, we can see each other, although I would have liked to be at your university. It would have been more wonderful to be at your university. But as of the pandemic, we have to make do with virtual. So I'm going to put up.
Pardon me. Oh, okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
I'm so sorry. I was in mute. Yeah, I'll repeat. Thank you, Dr. Rini, for the wonderful introduction, and Professor Triyanto, and thank you to all the members of ICSSE. Okay, so give me a few seconds. I'm going to present my screen. Yeah, if I've got problem, maybe Dr. Rini, you can help me. So I'm going to share screen now. Okay, please let me know if you can see it.
Okay.
All right, can everyone see it already?
Processing. Okay, yes, good.
Okay, yeah, so I'm just going to put myself at the side. Okay, I can see myself and the screen also. So I'm going to put on the slide to make it bigger. Oops, I can't seem to get it out. Okay, I think everyone can see my first page. So generally, why I choose this particular topic is education, and it's about narrative pedagogy, which has not really been conducted in Malaysia as yet. So I started that about 2 years ago. And unfortunately, because of the pandemic, I was not able to redo with another batch of my students. Although coming semester, I'm going to do this narrative pedagogy online. Okay, so let me give you an overview about what I'll be touching upon. I'm just going to talk about why I choose this one and why I choose the particular method, why I use this particular quality framework, which is the RICOAS framework, because I also feel that RICOAS framework would also fit in quite nicely with your citizenship curriculum or civic curriculum, because of its 3 platforms, which I'll talk about later. And I'll quickly go through, because it's only 30 minutes, so I'm quickly go through the findings and a brief discussion about this particular area. Yeah. So now, before I go on, I need to talk about what's the motive behind the use of narrative pedagogy. Now, I facilitate a course called KPD 3016, which is an integration of teaching, technology, and assessment. It's a 6 credit hours. And in this course, my pre-service teachers, the trainees, they are taught theories, methods, and teaching, technology, and how they integrate all this into the classroom. Yeah. So I realized that what was being challenged was not whether I had given my pre-service teacher incorrect information, but my philosophy of teaching and learning. I became aware that my pre-service, my students became a little bit overloaded, with information. And then eventually they were asking, is this important for me to know? So many theories, so many methods, they are already getting a bit confused. So I also began to ask myself as a teacher educator, where can I fit in new topics? Or what order should I teach those things first, right? I always feel that my students, given the right environment, they are capable of being self-directed, okay? The second motive is that we as teacher educators are sometimes guilty of using a pedagogical position that we are comfortable with. We like the instructional paradigm. We like the conventional pedagogy. We like what is known as the behavioral pedagogy, where learning for these students are very specified. You got objectives, you got learning outcomes, and then you got to link this to some kind of learning outcomes, right? So, and then the third motive would be, are my students getting the skills that they need? Is a behavioral pedagogic approach which views learning as very linear, very sequential. Is that the best way for us to train our future teachers? Don't the student, the pre-service teachers, they are asked in behavioral pedagogy, they ask what to think, how to think. That is the conventional pedagogy that we have been using. So I get to wonder whether that way of learning has provided the best preparation for my students before they go into become full-fledged teachers. Okay. Motive 4 is currently we seem to think that more is better. More is better. Let's give them more. Let's give them more. And let's give them more content so that they have more when they go out to be teachers. And yet it comes back to the question, is that what we want them to have? Just more, right? So when I was going through my motive, so I realized that maybe narrative pedagogy could be a newer platform, right, for us to prepare our future teachers. So what is narrative pedagogy? It is not a particular teaching method. Yeah, don't get that. Don't be mistaken with that. It is a process of how narrative pedagogy may be realized through creating an education environment that invites dialogue between teachers and your student. It is a curriculum as dialogue, which is in contrast to curriculum as a roadmap. So through narrative pedagogy, we want to bring the complexity into the classroom and at the same time foster the pre-service teachers' thinking, right? It is an approach that evolves when you are as an educator and your students continually share and interpret narratives or stories, cerita, of our experiences in education and teaching practices. So when you use narrative-centered lesson, what we are saying is that it's an interpretation of the stories, and it is the stories that will be central to the learning of the course content. Okay, it is through sharing stories that we're going to create meaning, we're going to understand what has happened and to prepare for what may happen. All right, so let's go on to the other say, but I know some of you will be thinking, hey, hang on, I always have reflection in my classrooms. True, we as educators, we are normally do have reflection, but we are more concerned about completing the lesson. We want to finish the teaching syllabus. We want to do the assessment. This is all known as the explicit curriculum. Teacher-student dialogue sometimes is by the way. Yes, dialogue about learning experiences and sharing of stories do occur, but it is implicit and therefore very concealed in the teaching processes. And we wonder whether our dialogue, this reflection, makes any impact. So because of these few reasons, I decided that, look, let's do something different. Let's change the way we teach let's change the way we prepare our students to become teachers. So I'm going to go on to narrative pedagogy. So with my student teachers, we experimented something very new. We threw away the behavioral type of pedagogy and we wanted something new. Of course, there will be issues when you do something that your own students are not comfortable with, right? So once I was sure that I wanted to do narrative pedagogy, then we need the hard part. What do I anchor my narrative pedagogy upon? I want to share this. I want to tell others about narrative pedagogy, but it needs a structure. It needs a platform. Yeah. So I realized that it sits very nicely with a philosophical paradigm known as Recover's paradigm, a Recover's platform. What Recover is saying is that in this world, there are actually three philosophical positions. One is the prefiguration, that is what the students and you as the teacher educator has always been comfortable with, you always know, okay? And then he's saying that if we can change that, make it differently through stories, can we then configure to something that is different, to something that the students think that, hang on, yes, I've been doing that all this time, but now it's a different scenario. And to the refigured world that could be, can be, and will be. So that was the platform that I took. We do not want to take teaching for granted. Prefigured world is taking teaching for granted. That is where I have been. So I'm comfortable. I don't want to change. Whereas the configuration means we are prefiguring the world with a future imagined world. So configuration actually shows the potential for new possibilities. And then through sharing of stories as narrative continues, our students are then able to configure what they already know about something. They come to understand their own values, their own beliefs, their own shortcomings, their own mistake, to a configured world where they say, this is where I am and I want to be. Finally, they can then look forward to planning the provision of more effective teaching as teachers to what they are saying now, this is where I am going. So before I started the narrative pedagogy experiment, I wanted to hang on to a platform, and this was my platform, the Recover's philosophical position. So in the qualitative framework, Recover's philosophy provided two very important things. Learning process, we listen and interpret, we consider the prefigured world as narrator of the stories, we configure what we already know, and we want to look forward to planning and effective teaching and learning through refiguration. So the process would be something that is quite participatory, where the relationship between me as the teacher educator, as the researcher, and my student teachers who are participants, we potentially facilitate a more real understanding of experience through our dialogue and our story and me as an insider. Okay, so that was important to us. We need to understand that. So in terms of preparation, it was difficult. Let me tell you, it was difficult because my students, my future teachers, were never used to something so radical, something so unstructured, something that is like, we are not going to follow week 1, week 2, week 3 anymore, right? So 9 of the pre-service teachers volunteered, 6 females and 3 males. In addition to their own own timetable, they met me 3 hours every week for 6 weeks. So the 3 hours was our narrative pedagogy. So we only decided on 3 main topics: how to write the daily lesson, how to implement the lesson plan, and how to assess teaching and learning. So through the 6 weeks, I followed them and they wrote diaries, they had journals, and I had to keep my own diary and journal about what happened. And I videotaped, and interviewed them. All this was transcribed. I had a research assistant to help me videotape the 6 weeks that we were undergoing. So the week 1, just to give an example how it is run, how narrative pedagogy is run is, I invited two students who have already left UPSI. They were waiting to be posted as teachers. They have already finished their practicum. They are waiting for postment, and I called them Haswan and Shira. They came in, they came in week 1, week 2 to talk about their experience, while they were in teaching as a practicum student during the clinical experience in schools. After they talked, my 9 teachers had to write and discuss and tell themselves what further they want to know. So in the second meeting, the students get together, they brainstorm, they wrote down what things they want to ask Haswan and Shira the next time they come in. They were listening to the stories. They went to look at other objectives they want to learn about writing a daily lesson plan. They come up with their own learning objectives. They came up with their own learning outcomes. So we didn't follow the learning outcomes that was in the curriculum. They came up with the learning outcomes. After listening to Haswan and Shira, they wanted to know more because what they were listening were real things that was happening in schools, which they could not get from the textbook. They could not get from me either. It was from this Haswan and Shira. So they wrote down their own learning outcomes. What I want to learn more. What do I want to go and find out? What do I want to ask of me as a teacher educator? Okay, so because am I in time or not, Dr. Rini? How many more minutes do I have? So I want, do I have?
20.
Okay, so I still can expand a bit, yeah? So as I was saying, the first narrative, right? I'll go back a little bit because I was rushing through, I was afraid. The first narrative by Haswan and Shira was focused on the experience of writing a daily lesson plan during a practicum. Yeah. So after listening to the narrative, the pre-service teachers were divided into groups of 3. So immediately after the narrative session, it was for them to interpret the story they have just heard. So first, they analyzed the story by brainstorming on a whiteboard, all the issues that they heard from the story. Then they explored this issue, they discussed among themselves, and they decided what they already knew about the issue raised from the story, right? That each group then identified gaps in the knowledge. Means they read, this is what they read, but what they listened were different. So they had to write down their gaps, what they want to learn further in order to understand the issue. So each group then formulated their own learning outcomes. So for the 3-step process to work, it was important that each group decide on their own learning outcomes with my guidance, of course. So their learning objectives were therefore based on what they had decided were important to them. Okay, and what was raised by the story. So the purpose of this narrative feedback meeting was to review the group's learning objective. So there was an opportunity for them to help each other to understand the topic they had been studying. They need to debate about where they want to find out more. Do they want to go out to interview other teachers? So through research conversation, through configuration, I as a teacher educator, as a researcher, I also reflected about what worked well, what could be done differently. And I also could see how teacher education could be refigured, So let's then look at, after all the research, after I've done all this, I went back, I took down all their interviews, look at all the videos and analyze them. So from an analysis, yes, I call it the prefigured world frames the possibilities for pedagogical change. That is, how the experience of a different pedagogical approach has revealed the prefigured world of behavioral pedagogy. So this is depicted by the container or the cylinder, you see? So the cylinder represents the prefigured world, which includes behavioral pedagogy. You know, we think that that's what they need to know. Let's give them what they want, they need to know, you know. And this framed the potential for narrative pedagogy later, you know. So there are gaps and movement, right, that represent the dynamic tensions that we experience. Teacher does the thinking, we need to measure their thinking, there is predictability. I, as a teacher educator, I control, you know, I control what they need to learn. I will tell them, this is a subject you need to learn, this is a theory that's important to you. So the image of this cylinder, you know, represents something that dynamic tensions that we experience as teacher educator. Okay, so the image of the pyramid instead, the outside one, is the new part. So the Recover's philosophy explained the way, you know, to present how we experience in the context of the prefigured world that we took for granted, and now let's configure future possibilities. So what is the future possibility? Like in this case, you know, the configured world is we want to understand self and others through stories. We want to interpret the stories of someone who has gone through it. There is an emotional connection between the listener and the narrator. I cannot show you the video, but what I'm saying is during the narration, especially during assessment, the third topic we choose, which is assessment, when Haswan and Shira were narrating, Shira was crying. Just crying because she felt it was so difficult, you know, to assess the students because they were not paying attention, or she didn't teach so well, so the assessment went wrong. And when she was talking, she was crying. The 9 students, some of them were also crying with her. You know, there was an emotional connection. Suddenly, some of them were saying, goodness, am I in the right field to be a teacher? It seems very difficult to be a teacher. It is not the fairy tale that I think this is how a teacher should be. As a student, when I listen to my teacher, seems very easy. She just stand there and talk only. But now when my students hear Shira and Haswan talk about the real thing about being a teacher and their experiences, they had emotional connection and they were now thinking, how can I prepare myself so that I don't become like what Shira experiencing? Okay, so we are configuring we are trying to move from behavior pedagogy where our students just accepts, talk a little bit, to them listening to a real thing and they creating what they want to learn. So they were interpreting, let's prepare so that I don't fall into that problem when I go out to teach. Okay, so very quickly, I can tell you that it was very difficult. The 6 weeks was very difficult for me. I was so used to preparing the lesson. I was so used to very structured, and suddenly my role is very different. There was no structure to my teaching. Sometimes I felt insecure and less confident. And my student, sometimes they feel that, hey, what am I learning? Am I learning anything? There is no structure anymore. I got to come up with my own topic. I got to come up with my own learning outcomes. Am I wasting time? So the teachers in the first week my students were just as confused as I was, right? But eventually, after the second week and the third week, when they listened to Haswan and Shira more, they felt that, look, I know now, I don't have to be structured. I just want to know how to prepare my lesson plan. How do I implement my lesson plan based on what I hear Shira and Haswan were saying? So that means they are facing this issue 1, 2, 3, 4. Now I better get ready, you know, better get ready is 1, 2, 3, 4 before I go for my own clinic, my own teaching experiences. So I don't need to look at the curriculum for now. I want to prepare this based on what I understand, the problems that I may face. So they were learning through insights, through emotion, and through discussion. So they were in the configured world already. They have left the prefigured world of what they were comfortable with. I have left it. I'm doing something different now. Okay. So just to end, so my closing is basically fitting the pyramid, the narrative pedagogy, into the cylinder, which is the behavioral pedagogy or the prefigured world. So the figure represents mine and my students' experiences of reconfiguring the lesson using narrative pedagogy. So the pyramid represents the narrative pedagogy that has emerged in my experiment, such as students learning about the art of teaching practice and the emergence of the narrator. They learn through the practitioner. They had relationships with the narrator. So narratives or stories are central to the learning environment. So pre-service teachers, then they reflect on the knowledge, the values and beliefs, and they relate to those narrative. So knowledge and skills are necessary for practice, but on their own, we teach them knowledge, we give them the skill, but on their own, they are insufficient. So making appropriate evaluation judgment is just as important in the teaching profession. So a future teacher needs to critically evaluate learning situation. They need support of alternative choices. They need to reflect on their own practice and make decisions on a different types of contexts. They need to modify their approach. So through stories, through listening to others' experiences, we then hope that they prepare themselves a little bit better than just reading the textbook or going to do assignments. So why I wanted to introduce Rickover's philosophy is that it also, I feel, fit in nicely with civic education and citizenship type of education. In moral education, they have a preconceptual, prefigured idea of what civic and moral is about. But how do we, as teachers, move them from that prefigured to the configured, where they make their own judgment about what is right and wrong through narration, rather than us as teachers feeding them, this is right, this is wrong, do this, don't do that. Let them think. And then with the configured world they are in, they then look at the refigured possibilities of, look, what I believe in my prefigured world is now so different, and in the refigured world, that is where I want to go. So generally, I hope that if anyone would like to look more into Rickover's platform, I'll be very happy, to have email with any one of you who are out there listening to help in any of your experimental research if you want to use Rickover's platform or a narrative pedagogy. Okay, so this is just an article which I wrote in the newspaper about what is narrative pedagogy. It is a result from the belief that storytelling can act as a conduit for organizing human understanding, knowledge, and action. Listening to the lives of the narrator or the storyteller can invoke within us, imagination, inspiration, and also can enhance our creativity. So more importantly, it gives voice to the narrator about their personal knowledge, their experiences, and their daily pursuit towards improving teaching and learning. At the same time, everyone contributes to the story of the teachers. We rewrite our history, we improve, and we grow from it. So narrative pedagogy, if we use narrative pedagogy, it enables us to hear about the past, current, and then we improve into the future. So thank you very much for listening. I welcome any questions from anybody. Thank you, Dr. Rini.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Okay, I think the audience have many questions. Yeah, you can keep them, or you can asking directly after the second presenter, or you can type on the chat box. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for Dr. Koh.
Thank you, Dr.
Our
Rini.
second presenter is Dr. Rusnaini. Dr. Rusnaini will present about the role of social capital to improve student perform within the framework of citizenship education. Dr. Rusnaini worked for Sebelas Maret University in a major of civic education. Okay, Dr. Rusnaini, can you hear me? Dr. Rusnaini?
Yeah.
Time is yours for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Rini Triastuti. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. How are you today? Yeah. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Rusnaini. I work at the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sebelas Maret University. I'm glad to join you all this morning. Today, I would like to talk about my paper entitled The Role of Social Capital to Improve Student Performance Within the Framework of Citizenship Education. As we know, educational systems are responsible for prepare new generation to improve their performance for playing the role of citizenship in the local, national, and global community. The basic question is, how can the new generation improve their performance and would be ready for the role of citizenship? Actually, many students want to improve their performance by doing very well in civic roles, but their skills are not adequate. I believe that one of you, or even everyone here, has faced this kind of problem once in your life, whether as a student, teacher, or lecturer. So, what should you do if you face this problem? I would like to say review of literatures and previous studies has been discussed about the role of citizenship toward the sustainability of civil society in global era. Let me show you what you have to do. Okay, so let me start by looking at my slide. Here are 2 steps you have to do. First, think about the framework of citizenship education. In fact, many students don't realize that citizenship education is an important aspect of overall student education. What can we do to change that mindset? For that, we need to know the indicators used to improve student performance to compete in the global era. This that is primary in citizenship education today. You know, engaging students with the world is one step toward one day accomplishing such objectives. So I will use the citizenship education framework to describe the desired student performance in this global era. Secondly, think about social capital. You need to know the role of social capital to improve student performance. You should also be aware of the challenges of participating effectively in a global community. It is very strategic to be developed in the pattern of social relations that occur in the learning process of citizenship education, both in the family, community, and school environment. So you need to leverage social capital in today's connected world to build a sustainable, peaceful, inclusive world for the future. But it is not easy to implement these two steps because, as we know, there is a tendency that students are still not aware of and do not consider social capital as an important aspect in the process of improving student performance. What can we do to change that mindset? One thing that I think can change student mindset is to apply the concept of social capital. I tell you more about this later. As we will see in the next slide, let's discuss about the citizenship education framework first. Please look at the picture. What do you see in the picture? Nice. This should give you a clear picture of performance needed by students in global era within citizenship education framework. I adapted this framework from the Ontario curriculum. The main focus I want to discuss is student performance, especially in the context of the sustainability of civil society in the global era. First of all, I would like to describe about active participation. Second, I would like to describe about identity. After that, I would like to describe about structure and attributes. Let's have a look at how we analyze the challenges of student performance in the global community within the citizenship education framework. First of all, what is active participation? Active participation means work for the common good in local, national, and global communities. Active participation shows citizenship as practice. Citizenship as a practice emphasizes act of citizenship. Let's discuss about what it means to be a responsible and active citizen in the class communities and diverse communities in which they exist and out of school. First, voice informed opinion on matter relevant in their community. Second, adopt leadership roles in their community. Third, participate in their community. Fourth, investigate controversial issues. For example, students with an interest in social capital will pay attention to the density of social networks in which people participate and the extent to which they are involved with others in informal activities and social activities, both on campus and in the environment. And then group membership of on campus and association in the community. Fifth, demonstrate collaborative, innovative problem solving. For examples, the quick tick of new headlines exemplifies just how interconnected the world is today. It also points to the intercultural collaboration and problem-solving skill necessary to thwart the hatred that spawned terrorist attack, successfully integrate culturally and linguistically diverse population into classroom and communities, and solve health and environmental crises such as the COVID-19 disease. Crises of this sort of in far-reaching social and economic change, and we need critical, compassionate citizens to ensure the future is both fair and inclusive. Active participation will significantly improve student performance and will also improve the quality of their daily interaction. Active participation is only possible if students have sufficient social capital. So, what is identity? Identity means a sense of personal identity as a member of various communities. Identity is defined as an individual's knowledge that he or she belongs to a particular social group together with some emotional meaning and group membership values. The example are, first, identify and develop their sense of connectedness to local, national, and global communities, meaning the need for students to be able to empathize with others, value diversity, understand how events around the world are interconnected. It is important for students to understand that they belong to many communities and that ultimately they are all citizens of a global community. Second, develop a sense of their civic self-image, meaning students also need global competence to participate as empathetic, engaged, and effective citizens of the world. Third, consider and respect others' perspective, meaning this includes openness, respect, and appreciation for diversity, valuing of multiple perspectives, including an awareness of the cultural and experiential influences that shape one's own and others' perspective, empathy, and social responsibility, or a desire to better the human condition on a local and global scale. Fourth, investigate moral and ethical dimension of development, event, and issues. In addition to their personal identity, students need to have a sense of being part of various communities, thus recognizing that they have a number of identities. And then, what is structures? Structures mean power and systems within societies. The examples are, first, develop an understanding of the importance of rules and laws. Second, develop an understanding of how political, economic, and social institutions affect their life. Third, develop an understanding of power dynamics. Fourth, develop an understanding of dynamics and complex relationship within a between system. Next, what is attributes? Attributes mean character traits, values, habits of man. The example are, first, explore issues related to personal and societal rights and responsibilities. Second, demonstrate self-respect as well as respect and empathy for others. Third, develop attitude that foster civic engagement. Fourth, work in collaborative and critically thoughtful manner. Well, in general, we can say that by looking at the previous explanation, we can be understand that student performance.
Pardon me, Boros. Pardon me. The PPT slideshow not work very well.
Okay. Student performance will improve if we know what to do to prepare the future generation to face the challenges in life. Next, I will talk about social capital. Let's move on to the next slide. What is social capital? The views of experts in defining the concept of social capital can be categorized into two groups. The first group emphasizes network of social relationship or social network, while the second group emphasizes more on the characteristic or traits inherent in individuals who are involved in a social interaction. Next, we will discuss about the first group view, which emphasizes the network of social relationship or social network. I will explain about dimensions of social capital, which is a network for sharing a common set of values, virtues, and expectations within society as a whole. The distinction among bonding, bridging, and linking social capital probably have understand it. Let's look at this picture of the dimensions of social capital. At this point, I would like to emphasize how social capital contributions and supports the development of student performance. What is bonding social capital? Bonding is a type of social capital that describes norms of respect and networks of trusting relationship between people who are interacting within a group or community characterized by high levels of similarity in demographic characteristics, attitudes, and available information and resources. Examples include many family members, close friends, and neighbors. Tom's research found that close relationships that exist between a student and his or her parent or friends affect their academic achievement motivation. This close relationship can be for several reasons, such as effort to protect students from various disturbances, provide supervision so that they violate the norms of values of collective agreement, or it can also be doctrinal guidance in religion. What is bridging social capital? Bridging is a type of social capital that describes norms of respect and networks of trusting relationship between individuals who are dissimilar with respect to socioeconomic and other characteristics. Examples include communities, groups, or organizations. There is better bridging for linkages with external assets and for information dissemination. Specifically, the difference between the two conditions is in the network they have. Networks that are homogeneous are often known as bonding, while those that are heterogeneous are called bridging. Bridging as a getting ahead activity and bonding as a getting by activity. Bonding involves trust and reciprocity in close network and helps the process of getting by. And the other hand, getting ahead is facilitated through cross-cutting loyalties that form bridging. Bridging and bonding as two things that are considered very important in studying network patterns. Bridging is related to network expansion, while bonding strengthens a homogeneous group as well as an exclusive identity. So, what are the advantages of having bonding social capital? Bonding is important to build spatial reciprocity and mobilize solidarity. And what are the advantages of having bridging social capital? Bridging means more outward looking and includes people across different social barriers. Bridging can generate a broader identity and reciprocity. In this era, students who have bridging social capital are certainly interrelated, build a learning society, and work together to share insights in order to gain mutual benefit. What is linking social capital? Linking is a type of social capital that describes norms of respect and networks of trusting relationship between students who are interacting across explicit, formal, or institutionalized power or authority gradient in society. In the information age, which is marked by the reduction of face-to-face contact, social capital as part of virtual capital will play an increasingly prominent role. This era is marked by student connection through the internet as a means to expand knowledge. Next, we will discuss about the second group view, which emphasizes more on the characteristic traits inherent in the individuals who are involved in a social interaction. Let's talk about social capital by emphasizing norm reference measures. Well, let's move on to the next slide. As we know, there are many definitions of social capital. While social capital has been given a number of different definitions, many of them refer to manifestation of social capital rather than to social capital itself. The definition I will use in the second group view refers to Francis Fukuyama, that social capital is an instantiated informal norm that promotes cooperation between two or more individuals. By this definition, Fukuyama said that trust, network, civil society, and the like, which have been associated with social capital, are all epiphenomenal, arising as a result of social capital, but not constituting social capital itself. Next, I want to discuss the concepts of social capital simply as the existence of a certain set of shared values or norms among group members that allow cooperation between them. The emphasis of social capital lies in the norms that are shared among the same social group. Social capital will become stronger if in a society the norm of mutual assistance and cooperation are coherent through a network of social institutional relations. First of all, I would like to describe about norm. Second, I would like to describe about trust. After that, I would like to describe about network. Not just any set of instantiated norms constitutes social capital. They must lead to cooperation in groups and therefore are related to traditional virtues like honesty, the keeping of commitment, reliable performance of duties, reciprocity, and the like. So the norm is moral sentiment or social virtue for the common good. For Scottish Enlightenment thinker, moral sentiment unites individuals to act together out of compassion and friendship, which can provide the basis for the public good. But it also argued that if group members come to expect that others will behave honestly and reliably, then they will come to trust one another. The trust factor plays an important role in social capital. The basic premise is that interaction enables people to act together, build communities and social structures. I'd like to show you why is social capital very beneficial for humans. Because social capital is closely related to the so-called civic virtues or moral goodness. Civic virtues is most powerful when embedded in a network of reciprocal social relationship. But not just civic virtue, but must be a network of reciprocal relationship. Well, discussion about the relationship between social capital and student performance are increasingly important to study because in the implementation of education, it is not only needed physical facilities, resource, and financial support, but also conditions that institutionalize trust, values, networks, and relationships that are able to encourage people to develop their potential, personality, intelligence, noble character, and skill. Next, look at this volume slide about student performance in the context of the sustainability of civil society in global era. So the point are to be a creative student needs to do a lot of things within the framework of citizenship education to improve your performance and will also improve the quality of your daily interactions. The quality of your daily interaction is only possible if you have sufficient social capital. Well, that brings me to the end of the presentation. I just can say thank you for your attention today. May all great is always following us.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rusnaini. Terima kasih Ibu Rusnaini ya. Menarik sekali apa yang sudah dipaparkan oleh kedua pemateri ya. Yang pertama tadi memaparkan bagaimana naratif pedagogik menjadi salah satu alternatif untuk mengajarkan atau menjadi cara baru untuk mengajar calon guru gitu ya. Kemudian untuk pemateri yang kedua tadi ini mencoba mengkaitkan antara model sosial ya dengan pendidikan kewarganegaraan ya. Di sana tadi juga sudah dijelaskan apa yang menjadi keuntungannya, juga bagaimana pelaksanaannya di dalam pendidikan kewarganegaraan. Okay, this time I give the opportunity for the audience to ask to the presenter. Okay, for the first time, our first term session ya, I give for audience to ask the presenter. Okay, any question? Okay, Obed, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Obed.
Okay, thank you, moderator. So I have a question for Dr. Ko. In
Hello.
narrative pedagogy.
Yes, hello, yes.
Yes. Can you hear me, Dr. Ko?
Yes. Can you hear
thank
me?
you.
Very clear,
Yes.
yes.
I can. So clear, yeah. Okay, thank you. So, okay. So, Dr. Ko, I have a question about the narrative pedagogy. So from your research, what is the main problem did you find in student as a future teacher and a teacher as a lecturer? And what is the main problem and how to solve? Thank you.
Okay. All right. So Dr. Obed, is it? Dr. Obed?
No, as a postgraduate student. University.
So in Obed, okay, it's like that, you see.
Yep.
Your question is, what are the issues my students face before become a teacher or when they are already a teacher? Before they become a teacher, is that your question? The issues when they become a teacher, is it, Obed? Is that your question? Hello, Obed?
I'm sorry, I have a problem with my connection.
I see.
I see. Okay, I think that what okay, I'll delve into two. Okay, I'll delve into two. One of them is like that, Obed. The pre-service teachers, you know, when they come in, they have got a very fairy tale perception of what they want to be as teachers. They see their own teachers in school teach, and they think it's very easy to teach, become teachers. Right? That's why they want to become teachers. Then when they actually become teachers, they suddenly realize that, oh my goodness, there's so much to do, right? There's so much to do. And sometimes they feel that they are not quite prepared. They're not quite prepared to be teachers, even though they go through the 4 years. So when I started my narrative pedagogy, I didn't want to continue teaching them in a way that I just follow a strict curriculum. You know, week 1 must do this, week 2 must do this, week 3 must do that. Okay, I wanted them to learn on their own, find out on their own that, look, being a teacher is not what you perceive when you were a student yourself. So when I started narrative pedagogy, I took in people to tell stories. These people who tell stories are teachers or students that have already finished and gone to school. So when they came to talk about narrative pedagogy, my own students suddenly realized that, hey, hello, look here. After 3 semesters, before they come to my program, they already gone through 3 semesters. After 3 semesters, I just realized I haven't learned anything. You know, I haven't learned anything, because what I'm listening to actual teachers, what I'm listening to these students are, can I use what I learned in actual classroom or not? So I want to hear more. So these teachers, those teachers outside, or the students who have finished their 4 years, come and tell them the stories. So what happens to my student is, they started to come out with their own learning objective. I want to know how to do this. I want to do that. I want to prepare myself so that I don't face this problem. I hear that this is the issue X. I better get ready for issue X. So what's happening in GeoBet is, my teachers are listening to real stories of what's happening out there, and they are preparing themselves to become teachers. So when they come up with their own learning outcomes in GeoBet, they suddenly say, hey, look, I need to know this particular theory so that I can understand more to overcome this issue. So I don't teach them in a structured way. Today we must learn Bloom taxonomy. Tomorrow we learn Tyler's model. Tomorrow we learn what is Gardner. No, they say that, look, I need to learn about assessment. I better go and look at Tyler's assessment. So I am there to guide them. They say, this group says, I need to know about Tyler. So I guide them. Okay, so they are coming up with their own learning outcomes to learn to be prepared to face the issue, GeoBet. Because an issue of a real teacher is that new teachers, when they go out to teach, the first thing they say is, oh no, how am I going to manage my classroom? How am I going to assess my students? So we need them to know all this before they become teachers in GeoBet. That's why I started narrative pedagogy. And I hope to continue this experiment using online coming the new semester, because we're still going to be online in my university. So I'm going to use this narrative pedagogy, but an online version. And that will be my another group of experiment that I hope to do. I hope that answers you in GeoBet.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Koh, it's so clear. Thank you very much.
Sorry, on the next, next, Periansa.
Okay,
Go
thank
ahead.
you, Ms. Leni.
Please say from.
I'm from Universitas Negeri Medan.
Yeah.
I am a lecturer from Science Education faculty. Good morning, Dr. Goh.
Please, anything you like to know? Yes.
Yes. I now research about how to elaborating about 3 values in Pancasila. I found about the philosophic, scientific, and scientific, and spiritualistic values in Pancasila elaborate to learning approach, gitu. And I think narrative pedagogy is can elaborate with how to children learn about the phenomena in pandemic or disruption era after pandemic COVID-19. Children, how to construct the children now about the learning is our need. I think how to narrative pedagogical can elaborate with my research, how to construct, to build in this in the children learner, or in Indonesian today we know about the independent learning plan. I developed the how to the student in Indonesia how to be Indonesian learning independent learner. So how to the narrative pedagogical can to the approach learner for Indonesian learning plan with the best values in Pancasila. Pancasila is our ideology, our philosophy in education, But we and it's different about in Pancasila in international universal values. We kita yakin bahwa Pancasila have a universal values. Okay, for the second questions, in 2012, I read about the Fukuyama, and Fukuyama judged the Indonesian people are low trust society. Low trust society. This is the challenge from Dr. Rusnaini, how to develop the learner, in the Fukuyama judged our society is low trust, but this is the challenge to our student how to they learn in the low trust society. This is the challenge is our country, our student. Thank you, Miss Rini. Sorry, my English is not good. Thank you, Mr. Go.
No problem.
No problem. I understood. I understood everything. Actually, come back to your first issue about your Pancasila, which is the philosophy of education in your country, and you say how narrative pedagogy can be useful. I would suggest that you also look into Rickover's framework. It comes together. Why I said, because what you're saying is there is this issue with the children understanding the philosophy, or they may have a different philosophy from what your country wants, right? So that means that is the prefigured world, Dr. Fainan say that is your prefigured world. So by using narrative pedagogy, you don't force the children. Ini betul, itu salah. Ini betul, itu salah. Because as children, when you go in ini betul, itu salah, ini betul, the more ini betul, itu salah, the more they will rebel and memberontak. So you let people talk about it, come to talk about it. Tell the story, bring someone in, the narrative. When I did something like that, this thing happened to me, this thing happened. So they listen and they reflect upon their own. Nobody is telling this right or wrong, but they are listening from their peers about what is right and wrong. And they come up into their configured world. So as they move to the refigured world, then you as a teacher, as a lecturer or teacher, see that there's a possibility they are now moving into they're believing into the philosophy. They are being taken, they understand the philosophy because they themselves aimed to want to believe that philosophy without us telling them this is right or this is wrong. That is what Rickover's framework is trying to do and what narrative pedagogy is trying. That means let's listen to another person's experiences, listen to their own experiences, and let them think, reflect on their own. And to your second issue about not trusting, it's the same thing. Why not trusting is because many times teachers, educators think that we know better, Dr. Fianza. We know better. We want to tell them this is right. We know better. You just listen to me. It's not young people, Dr. Fian say, in the future, do not want to be told. They want to make their own judgment and come to their own understanding. So I hope that answers your question, Dr. Fiancé. Thank you very much for your sharing. I understood what you are trying to say. I understood where you're getting to. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Go.
If you're doing a research, feel free to write to me. Maybe we can further continue this conversation through email.
Yes. Thank you.
Anytime.
Thank you.
Yes. Exciting.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. I give opportunity to Raharjo. Go ahead, Raharjo.
Thank you, Bu Rini. Terima kasih.
Yeah.
Good morning, Associate Professor Dr. Go and Associate Professor Dr. Rusnaini. What a very interesting presentation. Thank you very much.
Please introduce yourself.
I have some questions for Associate Professor Swee-Choo. I'm sorry
yes,
if
of course, anytime.
false the spelling. Okay, our civic education graduate in Indonesia, especially in Sebelas Maret University, can become junior or senior high school teachers. My question is, can this narrative-centered pedagogy be implemented in junior or senior high school? Then, what do you think about it is more suitable for junior high school or for senior high school? Or it is most suitable only for college students?
Okay.
Okay, and then I also have a question for Associate Professor Dr. Rusnaini. I think it is very interesting to discuss about the role of social capital in citizenship studies. And in your presentation, you explained about positive things such as the advantages of having social capital bonding, bridging, and linking. I remember it. Is there a downside? Because I think we need to compare what the advantages and what about the deficiency. Thank you very much.
Go first, then Rusnaini.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rohajo, for that question. To your question, can narrative pedagogy be used in high school? Definitely yes, Dr. Rohajo. Why do I say yes? Because like I mentioned in my presentation just now, why I wanted to present a Recover's platform and narrative pedagogy, because it is so linked to civic education and moral education and citizenship. Like just now I mentioned to the previous, the person who asked me the question, when you teach moral education and civic education, it is very hard to tell the children what is right and wrong, because you are just feeding them, as I mentioned. So if you use narrative pedagogy, you get someone in to talk about moral. Maybe, who knows, you maybe invite someone who has just come up from the prison, to a high school student. How exciting for them, how exciting for them to hear a story from a person who was in prison, who was prosecuted and then went into the prison. The stories he tells, and the story he tells is from someone, my goodness, someone who came from prison. It put the fear in the children also, isn't it? In the high school students, isn't it? And they then reflect on their own, what they have done in a prefigured world. In my configured world, I think he has done this. That's why he went to prison. Better, maybe I shouldn't be doing that also. So, Dr. Rohanjo, definitely, you bring a prisoner or you bring someone, a thief, for instance, to talk about these sort of things. Or you bring a warden from the hostel. Can you imagine the wonderful stories that your high school student is going to hear? Real life experience, Dr. Rohajo? Not from you, because they might not believe you. Am I correct? So definitely yes.
Yeah.
That's why I think narrative
Exactly.
pedagogy cuts across from uni, high school, even secondary school, elementary, secondary, right up to high school and university. Thank you.
Okay. Any question, Mas Raharjo? For Dr. Goh? No?
No, I think it is clear, but
Enough.
maybe it can but even implement in elementary school, because the narrative storytelling is exactly very interesting for me.
Yes, actually,
Thank you.
Dr. Raharjo, the narrative pedagogy is storytelling. You are getting your children or your students to learn through stories of real life experiences.
Yes.
Yes, exactly. Thank you very much.
Okay. I give time for Rusnaini.
Thank you, Dr. Rini. Thank you, Raharjo, for your question. Bonding means more inward-looking and has a tendency to strengthen exclusive identities and strengthen homogeneous groups. Bonding fosters a narrower or exclusive self-identity. And bridging the kind of groupings and associations which can generate always social capital also carry the potential to exclude others. Linking may have unintended effects if there are unequal opportunities for different groups. Therefore, it is important to support a balanced and equitable distribution of social capital to achieve even distribution of welfare. The same characteristic of social capital that enable beneficial productive benefits have the potential to cause negative externalities. Potential downsides of social capital include fostering behavior that worsens rather than improve economic performance, acting as a barrier to social inclusion and social mobility, dividing rather than uniting communities or societies, facilitating rather than reducing crime, education underachievement, and health damaging behavior. Social capital will be a disaster if it is owned by an immoral human group, because solidarity and intent cooperation can be used in a bad direction. Therefore, any development of social capital must be based on a high spiritual and ethical spirit. Strong solidarity within a group based on research by Gargelo and Bermasi can actually lead to discriminatory attitudes in other groups. Thank you.
Okay. Next question. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much to Dr. Rusnaini.
Okay, I give the opportunity to Mahdi Mohana. Aziz.
Thank you, Mr. Rini. Good morning. Thanks for the explanation. Introduce myself. My name is Mahdi Mohana Aziz. I am student postgraduates in Sebelas Maret University. I want to ask about narrative pedagogy. My question is, can the lesson be combined to allow students to know the history of their country, or to help improve the student story on state history? Maybe that's my only question. That's my only question. Thank you.
Thank you, Encik Mahdi, and congratulations as a postgraduate student. You know, that's a wonderful experience. Okay, your question is, can narrative pedagogy be used in a history lesson? You know, maybe narrative pedagogy is more towards real life experiences. You know, something that someone knows, and you want them to think differently, so that when they go to the refigured world, they are looking at new possibilities. Not to say you cannot implement history in narrative pedagogy, but there will be certain subjects in history that you can not bring back real life experiences anymore. However, you can use narrative pedagogy for certain subjects, like for instance, Malaysian history. We still have historians, who went through our kemerdekaan, our Independence Day. So we can talk about their experiences in stories to inculcate, and build more patriotism, love for the country. Yes. So in terms of history, there are certain subjects that you can do, certain subjects that may not be able to be used as in a narrative pedagogy kind of way. A teacher may find it difficult to use narrative pedagogy for certain subjects in history, but something that you want to inculcate patriotism, you want to inculcate love of the country, you want to inculcate how culture is built, yes, narrative pedagogy can still be used, definitely. So I hope that you may want, Encik Madi, to look into narrative pedagogy or Recover's framework as part of your study also. Do contact me if you need assistance in this area. I think Dr. Rini can give up my email. Thank you. Thank you for the question, Encik Madi.
Okay. We have kita sudah punya 4 penanya. Tapi masih ada waktu, bisa kita gunakan lagi ya. Ini masih ada beberapa penanya ya. Baik, kesempatan saya berikan kepada ini Fitria Utami. Silakan.
Thank you, moderator. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, moderator. Good morning, Dr. Rusnaini. Introduce myself. My name is Tami. I'm student Postgraduate Sebelas Maret University. I have question for Dr. Rusnaini. How big is the role of social capital to improve student performance? And second, the implementation of the role of the social capital to improve student performance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Tami?
Yeah.
How is the role?
The role of social capital to improve student. How big?
Okay. First, applying the concept of social capital through our interaction in local communities, and then interaction in national communities, next interaction in global communities. If you apply the concept of social capital, maybe you can improve your performance in the context of sustainability of civil society and global era. Thank you, Ms. Tami, for your question.
Thank you, Dr. Rusnaini. And the second question, implementation of the role of social capital to improve student performance.
Okay.
Implementation.
In the campus or school, you can make a group, a study group or peer group that you can studying together or make a proposal or something like that. Thank you, Ms. Tami.
Thank you, Dr. Rusnaini. Thank you, moderator.
Okay, the question I give to Rizky Karima. Rizky Karima.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the time. My name is Rizky Karima, and I would like to ask Yeah, I'm a postgraduate student at Sebelas Maret University. I think narrative pedagogy is very interesting. And what interests me is how narrative pedagogy can create an educational environment that I think can strengthen the students' attitudes or behavior or understanding through stories or the narratives built by the teachers and the students. And my question is, Dr. Goh has explained before that narrative pedagogy is not a teaching method, but is it possible if we combine narrative pedagogy to a certain teaching or learning methods? And what do you think the student learning outcomes will look like if we combine narrative pedagogy and to certain teaching or learning methods? That's
Thank
my
you.
question.
Thank you, Ms. Karima. Congratulations as a postgraduate student. As I mentioned earlier, it's the best time of your life to experiment and do something that you really find you are passionate about. Okay, Ms. Karima, be aware that doing narrative pedagogy is not as simple as I just spoke. You know, the 6 weeks that I had to go through, there was a lot of difficulties I had to go through, because one, the challenge is the students. They're not used to such a thing. Okay, so you really need to know what is narrative pedagogy before you actually do it, or else it will be like what we call in Malaysia kalam kabut. It will be a mess in the classroom, right? You really need to know. Okay, it is not a teaching method, right? Although I say that, it is something that you use together with your other teaching method. Karima, obviously you're very passionate about teaching. That's why you asked this question. You can use it together. If you were to say the whole 16 weeks or one whole semester, you're going to use all narrative pedagogy, maybe that might be difficult also, because as a learner sometimes need to learn facts. A learner sometimes need to understand facts. You know, so you may inculcate narrative pedagogy at the later part of your teaching, where they've already more or less understand concepts, you know, they already know what is factual about your topic. Then you use narrative pedagogy, or you use it intertwining. Like my case, when I experimented, the 3 hours per week, I also had the 6 hours with them for my course. You know, I still had that. And then the narrative pedagogy. So the students find that they enjoyed it because they learned something already, and then they hear experience, and but most important, Ms. Karima, is in the narrative pedagogy, the students themselves come up with what they want to learn. That is something we as teachers find it very hard to let go. What they want to learn. Sometimes we say, hey, that's not what I want them to learn. That is too simple. But it is the children, the students themselves, that they want to learn something. So narrative pedagogy, you must let them say, I want to learn this, even though it's so simple, they want to learn, go and find out, go and reflect upon that. Okay, so yes, you use it together with other teaching methods, Ms. Karima. And what I would tell you this is, I mean, for the rest of the audience is, in my experiment, you know what one of the pre-service teacher came up to write, you say that, I didn't know that I can be so discouraged about certain things that I could cry. Then she told me, there is no textbook in the world that will write something like that. That when you do something, you will sometimes cry because you're so frustrated. There's no textbook to write that. But because of narrative pedagogy, she found that out. Okay, so the use of it is there. So do reach out to me if you want to know more and how to carry out narrative pedagogy. There are certain steps that you need to know. Thank you, Ms. Karima.
Yeah, you're welcome. Next, Yona, Puspa. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much for Mrs. Rini for the opportunity given to me. Good morning, Dr. Go and Mrs. Rusnaini. Introducing, my name is Yona Puspaningtyas. I'm a student of the Civic Education Undergraduate Program on Sebelas Maret University. I want to ask to Dr. Go, I'm so interested in narrative pedagogy. So I'm curious. Narrative pedagogy is one of the new solutions in learning. Then, based on your research findings, will there be major challenge related to the application of narrative pedagogy, considering that so far learning is still based on the roadmap or on the curriculum that has been scheduled? Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Yuna. Definitely. So you see, Miss Yuna, when you want to do narrative pedagogy as a university lecturer, we do have a little bit more of freedom to do what kind of how we want to train our teachers. Maybe as teachers in school, you may be a little bit restricted because you are rushing to finish curriculum, you're rushing to finish syllabus, you're rushing to finish topics. So to me, my advice to you as a teacher, if you want to do narrative pedagogy, do it, but do it together, like just now what we all mentioned, right? Do it together with your other teaching methods. Now, my experience as a lecturer to my student is like this. I was so used to decide how best to teach my topic, right? Then I'm so used to preparing my lesson. I'm so used to know what I'm ready with my answer to my questions that my teachers will ask me, right? So when I move to narrative pedagogy, suddenly I have to facilitate group process. I have to guide them how to interpret stories, how they need to formulate their own learning outcomes, so suddenly as a teacher, I cannot prepare the same way, for the narrative discussion, because the discussion is activated by the narrative session by the students, right? And it is unpredictable. So no way now I suddenly got no structure. I cannot prepare beforehand. So that is something a new teacher must be aware, or a lecturer must be aware. You suddenly cannot structure your lesson plan. You cannot suddenly provide answers to questions, no more. It is now harder to provide answer because the question is going to come from what the narrator say and what the student listen to the narrator and want to ask you. Suddenly you cannot prepare because you do not know what the storyteller is going to talk about already. Okay, so you got no time to prepare anymore. So this is how I react to narrative pedagogy. Sometimes I feel that I'm still in my prefigured world. I still like the structured way, I still like to determine how I teach. Okay, so as a teacher, if you want, or a lecturer, you want to try narrative pedagogy, try it out. Yes, right? You will find that initially you find that too much work, I don't want, but it is useful for your students. The students become very self-directed. They learn through emotions. They learn through insights of listening to other people's actual experiences. Something that is very difficult to teach. Other people's experience is very difficult to teach. Am I correct? You as a lecturer can explain in the class what to expect, but it's never the same if it comes from an individual who has gone through it. Just now I mentioned, if you are teaching about moral, you cannot talk about your experience of being in the prison. Only a person who has been in the prison can talk about what it is like to be in a prison. So that's what the richness of narrative pedagogy is all about. So do reach out to me, Miss Yuna, if you want to know more, or you are doing a research on that. Dr. Rini should be able to provide my email to everybody. Thank you, Miss Yuna.
Thank you, Dr. Go.
Any question? Okay. No one? No more? Okay. Baik, kalau tidak ada lagi ya, saya akan memberikan kesempatan untuk memberikan closing statement. Nah, I give opportunity to Dr. Go to give a closing statement.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Rini. Yes, I think just to recap my topic was that it's the cylinder, you imagine the cylinder, it encloses an old way of doing things. The pyramid that's going to go inside is us as teacher educators try new things, because we know that the young people now, they are different. The way they think is also different. They want to know something that is relevant to them. If they want to say, I understand something, if they say I want to change, prepare into something, they want to know it's relevant. They cannot just believe us telling anymore. They want the real life experience. They want voices of the real people. So do try narrative pedagogy in your teaching. Right? Do attend the prefigured world changing into the configured world and see the beauty of the refigured world, of the new possibilities. And again, Dr. Rini, please widely disseminate my email so that they can reach out to me, and I would be very happy to discuss anything if anyone wants to do a research or wants to try narrative pedagogy in their own lectures or in their classrooms. Thank you, Dr. Rini.
Thank you. Okay, next, Dr. Rusnaini.
Thank you, Dr. Rini. Student performance is not a product of poor civic knowledge and skill taught in schools only. It is the product of not knowing what to do to prepare the future generation to face the challenges in life. So the point are to be a creative student needs to do a lot of things within the framework of citizenship education to improve your performance and will also improve the quality of your daily interaction.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rusnaini. Okay, menarik sekali ya apa yang sudah dipaparkan oleh kedua presenter tadi ya, di mana ini bisa memberikan kita tambahan ilmu juga pengetahuan ya mengenai pendidikan ya, baik naratif pedagogi ataupun juga modal sosial di dalam pendidikan kewarganegaraan. Oke, before I close, I give some souvenir yeah from this conference. I give. Halo, siapa ya nih? Oke. Pani admin, apakah bisa share screen? Halo. Halo, ini saya coba share screen. Oh, okay, yes, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, we give this for Dr. Prof.
Thank you.
From PKN Sebelas Maret University, and another for next, please, for Dr. Rusnaini.
Thank you, Dr. Rini.
Thank you for science experience that you are share for us today. Okay, I would like to apologize for any mistake as long I get this session. I hope what we got today can be useful for all of us, and especially can improve Indonesian education. Thank you for your attention and participation in this event. See you in the next event. I wish you a good health. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. I'm just typing my email there. So in case anybody wants it, I'm just typing my email. So in case anybody wants to reach out to me, please feel free to do so. That's my email.
Oh, very nice presentation. Thank you, Dr. Rusnaini.
Thank you, Prof. Triyanto.
Thank you. Bye.
Panitia, apakah kita perlu berfoto dulu? Tidak?
Oh iya ya.
Tidak ada ini?
Biasanya
baik, kalau begitu.
Ada sesi berfoto dulu, jadi on cam.
Baik, kalau begitu waktu saya kembalikan kepada MC.
Well, thank you very much for Mrs. Rini, and of course for all the outstanding keynote speaker. Already give so much beneficial material, and of course thank you so much for all the participants who already give some question, and yeah, I really appreciate with all your question. Yeah, and of course we will continue our discussion later in the second session. And after this, all the participants all in this conference will have some break. And during this break, you are allowed to have your own meal. And of course, we want to present some dance called Prawirawatang dance, yeah, for accompanying your break. And we will meet again at 1 p.m. and we can continue our session later with Professor Davies and also Professor Triyanto. Thank you very much. See you at 1 p.m.
Dumangkahang rusrusuka Lindo kumi konjen Umaludok guntor kato Umop kang jalati Lumembak pat nyukumamba Dumangkahang rusrusugar Lindo kumi konjen Umaludok guntor kato Umop kang jalati Lumembak pat nyukumamba
Kalau lu udah tahu punya kecil nih, kalau lu jadi tukang punya, ya lebih mikir dong. Ya, jangan makan duit over. Ya, jelas. Itu sih namanya.
Ini pasti untuk berarti yang pasti dan pasti akan respon. Hal yang menarik emosi, ya, terutama yang menarik emosi itu akan menghasilkan konsep publik yang luar biasa. Nah, jadi ini hal yang sangat wajar ketika publik merespon soal kuliah di, karena kasus ini ibaratnya melawan akal kita. Ya. Pertama dari sisi dari KPK-nya sendiri kan ya, yang mendiskon yang berbeda dengan ucapan awalnya. Kemudian yang kedua ada seperti upaya untuk melindungi kan gitu ya, atau melindungi. Jadi netizen akhirnya nggak ada lagi bisa berharap kepada siapa. Gitu. KPK sekarang sudah habis kepercayaannya ya, publik, netizen atau masyarakat yang mereka merasa harus berjuang sendiri. Jadi ya salah satu kekuatan yang dimiliki di masyarakat adalah ya, suara mereka. Ada istilahnya itu ada demokrasi ya. Demokrasi itu kekuasaan atas suara rakyat yang suci dan demokrasi harusnya kayak gitu ya. Jadi dari vote itu yang muncul. Nah ada juga namanya mobokrasi. Mobokrasi itu adalah keputusan yang didorong oleh suara rame-rame kelompok masyarakat. Akhirnya mereka bersuara. Dan suara-suara ini harapannya ada satu dukungan, satu pressure. Ya. Jadi tidak sedang jadi anaknya, ya, jadi anaknya misalnya itu jadi di atasnya KPK yang penting positif juga nggak bisa diharapkan. Jadi apa yang tidak bisa diharapkan kan? Kemudian keadilan itu makanya yang salah satu yang akhir itu adalah ya suara netizen ini. Kemudian menjadi pressure itu. Ironi politik kita banyak kejadian kasus korupsi ini.
Lagi break.
Tapi mereka tidak di.
Lagi break seminar.
Di PDIP kan Juliari orang biasa saja. Artinya kalau korupsi terjadi.
Yang satu.
Bukan orang penting di partai dan yang korupsi itu tidak banyak. Tentangan
sampai 4
dan hukuman publik terhadap partai yang bersangkutan itu jelas lapor. Kalau bicara tentang pemilu dengan korupsi itu dua hal berbeda. Kasus korupsi yang kasus korupsi, pelakunya dibully, partai yang bersangkutan juga dibully, tapi sifatnya sama. Pemilu urusan lain.
kalau partai yang banyak kadernya korup itu datang membawa bantuan konkret, sembako, kerudung, aspal jalan yang diinginkan oleh publik, maka kasus-kasus besar yang dilakukan oleh partai yang bersangkutan dilupakan.
Do you want to grow your YouTube channel? Do you want to earn more views, more subscribers, more watch time? And of course, make diperlukan perubahan secara bertahap agar undang-undang dasar
Ya.
Dengan demikian perubahan terbatas tidak memungkinkan.
Iya, tidak tadi mengambil dari dua. Saya sangat setuju. Kenapa harus dirubah lagi sih? Prabu, caranya udah lihat diterima atau belum tuh gimana, Prabu? Belum jam 1, Ji, masih 30 menit lagi, Ji. Ya, ya.
teachers who become mentors to their students, giving the workforce of tomorrow the tools to become active lifelong learners, independent problem solvers, and create a diverse and pluralistic society where every person understands and plays to their strengths, building a fair and self-sustaining model for education rather than knowledge. Universitas Sebelas Maret is here to align Education 4.0 with Industry 4.0. Teachers who become mentors to their students, giving the workforce of tomorrow the tools to become active lifelong learners, independent problem solvers, and create a diverse and pluralistic society where every person understands and plays to their strengths, building a fair and self-sustaining model for education rather than knowledge. Universitas Sebelas Maret is here to align Education 4.0 with Industry 4.0. Who become mentors to their students, giving the workforce of tomorrow the tools to become active lifelong learners, independent problem solvers, and create a diverse and pluralistic society where every person understands and plays to their strengths, building a fair and self-sustaining model for education rather than knowledge. Universitas Sebelas Maret is here to align Education 4.0 with Industry 4.0. Who become mentors to their students, giving the workforce of tomorrow the tools to become active lifelong learners, independent quality education, and create a diverse pluralistic society where every person understands and plays to their strengths, building a Universitas Sebelas Maret is armed with soft skills by taking part in various student activities on campus and student organizations both at national and international level. Students also have the opportunity to acquire global experience through student exchange programs, global internship programs, multilateral research projects, and other international collaborative activities. Universitas Sebelas Maret encourages all researchers to promote their work through publication in national and international journals, as well as other forms of dissemination and student organizations both at national and international level. Researchers have produced excellent research products and become engaged in the activities of the community. Students also have the opportunity to acquire global experience through student exchange programs, global internship programs, multilateral research projects, and other international collaborative activities. Universitas Sebelas Maret encourages all researchers to promote their work with soft skills by taking part in various student activities on education and student organizations both at national and international level. Researchers have produced excellent research products and become engaged in the activities of the exchange. Students also have the opportunity to acquire global experience through student exchange programs. International collaboration helps to give a multilateral research project and other international collaborative activities while still functioning in a national Universitas Sebelas Maret encourages all researchers is armed with soft skills by taking part in various student activities on education and student organizations both at national and international level. Researchers have produced excellent research projects and become engaged in the activities of exchange. Students also have the opportunity to acquire international collaboration helps to give a multilateral research projects and other international collaborations.
Check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, welcome to International Conference on Social Sciences and Education. Welcome, Professor Davies from United Kingdom. Check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Professor Davies, nice to meet you.
Yes, hello. Good day.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Now we are waiting the participant. Please wait for 10 minutes.
Okay.
Welcome, Professor Davies from United Kingdom. Ms. Dian from Bandung. Can you hear me, please? Check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Yes, all good.
Professor
Can you
Davies?
hear my voice okay?
Yes, hello. Good day.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Now we are waiting the participant. Please wait for 10 minutes.
Okay.
Welcome, Professor Davies from United Kingdom.
Yep.
Ms. Dian from Bandung. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, all good. Can you hear my voice okay? Can you hear my voice okay?
Yes, hello. Good day.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Now we are waiting the participant. Please wait for 10 minutes.
Okay.
Welcome, Professor Davies from United Kingdom.
Yep.
Ms. Dian from Bandung. Can you hear me, please?
Yeah.
Yes,
I think
all good.
there's some sort of problem with the sound. It keeps repeating.
It's okay?
Yes, hello. Good day.
Can you hear me? Apologize for little mistakes, error sounds, but it's okay.
No problem. Who is to go first? Is it me or is it Professor Triyanto?
Oh, wait. Ms. Dian will inform you. Okay, we wait for 10 minutes. I think you are the first one.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, Professor Davies will be the first speaker.
Okay, thank you. And very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
I think we speak for half an hour. Is that right? 30 minutes?
Yeah, it's about 30 minutes.
Lovely.
Yeah,
and then there's some questions. Yeah,
yeah.
good. Okay, I'm looking forward to it.
Professor Davies, excuse me.
Yes.
Could I please confirm with you that you can stay until the end of the session?
Yes, that's right. I can. So it's 2 hours. Is that right?
Yeah. So the question and answer session will be after both presentation, if that's okay.
Oh, that's very clear. So I speak, then you speak, and then we have a discussion.
Yeah, so Professor Davies first, and then Professor Tri, and then Q&A.
Okay. Oh, so are you the chair of the?
Yeah, I'll be the
session?
moderator of this session. Yeah.
Oh, that's very good. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Professor Davies, do you stay in London or in York?
I'm in York. I live in York.
I was in London 3 years ago.
Oh, very nice. Very nice.
I visited Emirates Stadium.
You visited where, sorry?
Emirates Stadium. Football club.
Very good, very good. Actually, well, I hope you're not too depressed. They've not had a good start to the season. Things will improve, I'm sure.
Yes, you're welcome.
So you were on holiday?
Yeah, no, I had a conference 3 years ago.
Okay.
In
that's nice.
What hotel? I forgot.
Yeah.
Holiday near Wimbledon.
Okay. Very good.
Ms. Berlin, you may start.
Well, everyone, good afternoon. Thank you for coming back to our agenda today. As we know that we will continue our second session, and I hope that you already had your nice lunch, and so you are ready for joining our second session. As we know that we will have our two outstanding speakers from United Kingdom, Professor Ian Davies, and also from Indonesia, from Sebelas University, we will have Professor Triyanto. And for our discussion on this second session, we will be guided by Ibu Dr. Dian from Bandung. Good afternoon, Mrs. Dian.
Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you very much. Here I'm Berlin as an MC, and for today's discussion, all the session will be guided by you. And now, time is yours for Bu Dian. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I think we are ready to start. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May the peace and blessings of Allah be upon you. Welcome to the second main session of the first International Conference on Social Sciences and Education, ICSSE 2021. Thank you very much for attending the conference. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Dian Muniro from Indonesia University of Education or Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I'll be responsible for moderating the presentation today, and I'm glad to welcome our keynote speakers, Professor Ian Davies, who will present about the relationship between youth activism and education, and Professor Triyanto will present the topic about the tool for building democratic society. Just a little housekeeping before we get started. Please ensure your account is registered in your full name used to register for the conference. In order to avoid disruption during the presentations later, please ensure that you turn off your microphone. You know that each presenter will deliver the talk for about 30 minutes. After both presentations, then we will have the question and answer session. Please keep your questions with you until the question and answer session. The last one is, we would really appreciate if you could turn on your camera and use the suggested virtual background, yeah, if possible. And as a moderator, I may switch from English to Indonesian. All right, now, without further ado, we will turn the time over to the speakers. Our first keynote speaker this afternoon is Professor Ian Davies from the Department of Education, University of York, United Kingdom. Professor Davies is the author of numerous books published by Routledge, Continuum, Sage, and others, and many articles in academic journals, most of which explore issues related to teaching and learning about contemporary society, with a particular focus on citizenship education. This is an exciting and extremely worthwhile area of research with important applications. He lectures and researches extensively in international contexts and have been successful in attracting funding from a wide range of government and non-government agencies in the UK and elsewhere. Today, in a moment, he will be speaking to us for about 30 minutes on an important topic entitled, "What is the relationship between youth activism and education?" Please join me and welcome Professor Ian Davies. Professor Davies, please.
Thank you very much indeed. I will just share my screen so my presentation will be available. Okay. Thank you very much indeed for the invitation to the conference. It's a great pleasure and privilege for me to be able to speak with you today. Thank you for that kind introduction. That's very much appreciated. And I look forward to discussing with friends and colleagues in Indonesia, and I look forward to learning from you. I would like to make my presentation now, which is about this question: what is the relationship between youth activism and education? And I'm going to suggest in this presentation that there is a relationship, and it's a positive one, but that we have to proceed in particular ways if we are to make that a positive relationship between the activism of youth and the education that we wish to provide for them. In order to make this presentation, I'll be discussing the work of a recently completed project. That project was funded by the Leverhulme Trust, The title of the project was Youth Activism, Engagement and the Development of New Civic Learning Spaces. The project team, just as an acknowledgement, is shown here. So as well as myself, we had Mark Evans from the University of Toronto in Canada, Marta Fuller from the Hungarian Academy of Sciences in Hungary, Dina Kiwan from the University of Birmingham in the UK, Andrew Peterson from the University of South Australia and the University of Birmingham, UK, and Jasmine Sim from the National Institute of Education, Singapore. And we had an administrator, a facilitator, Wendy Burns. Now, in this project, which lasted for 3 years, we did a range of work. We undertook literature reviews. We had networking seminars in a wide variety of places, public meetings, which took place in the UK, in Canada, in Australia. We organized or attended conferences in different parts of the world, in the UK, in Hungary, in France, in the USA, in Belgium, in the Czech Republic. And we had a lot of publications. And I'm just going to highlight 2 publications here, just in case that anybody who might want to know more about the work that we did. So both publications, the dates are 2020, and you can see the first named author, Andrew Peterson for the first one, and Mark Evans for the second. And the first of those 2 papers concentrates on fundamental ideas and issues, and the second on teaching and learning, what we might need to do in order to ensure a positive, constructive relationship between youth activism and education. Now, at the heart of the project was a dilemma, really. What's that relationship between education and engagement? People taking part in society. Is that an educational process? And some people would say, oh, absolutely it is. It's a virtuous circle. In other words, well-qualified people, well-educated people are more likely than others to understand and play a constructive role in democratic societies. And that's what school's about. School helps young people to understand and play that constructive role in democratic society. So the relationship, some people would argue, between education and engagement is very positive. Within school, that's the whole purpose of people going to school, to help them to understand and take part. And of course, outside school, the idea, the hope of this positive perspective is that people will continue to learn. As they engage in society, they're not just doing things, but they're learning. They'll understand more about key issues and better able to make things happen. So that relationship between education and engagement is very positive, and it happens within school and it happens beyond school. School prepares people to understand and engage, and outside school, they take part and they learn. On the other hand, some people might argue that actually that relationship between education and engagement is a vicious circle. It's a negative relationship. So some people might say that if schools and individual teachers insist that students should become involved in particular causes for particular purposes, something bad is going to happen. Are they simply being indoctrinated to understand in a particular way and to take part in a particular way? That's not really education. That's just making them do things. And what happens when those young people become involved in the real world? What happens when they come into contact with activists? Do those activists not really care about education? They only care about engaging those young people in particular issues for particular purposes. Education is not what they want. They want the young people to do certain things. That's all. Not to learn, not to understand. So at the heart of the project that we've recently completed is this idea that we've got a big dilemma. We want people as professional educators to understand and take part. We want them to feel confident and capable and contribute to democratic societies. But are there dangers in that? Might that relationship between education and engagement not always be a good thing? So that was the central issue that we set out to explore. And more precisely, we had these 4 research questions. So we wanted to know how young people, their educators, policymakers, how do they understand and construct their civic activism? What do they think it's all about as they operate in different ways, in different places? What are their expectations? What are their aims? What's going on there? What do they understand about it? And if they are going to take part, what helps them to take part? What should we do? Is it a matter of encouragement, putting specific practical resources in place? What makes them, what helps them take part? And the third question we had, well, what are the educational benefits and drawbacks of them taking part? And if it is in any way beneficial, our last research question, what processes would optimize those educational benefits of young people's civic activism? Now, we had a 6-country project. I mentioned before, Australia, Canada, England, Hungary, Lebanon, and Singapore. Now, none of those countries represent a type. So we weren't saying, for example, oh, we must have Hungary because Hungary has experience of socialism, or we must have Australia because it's got an experience of post-imperialism, post-colonialism. But I think including those 6 countries did allow us to think about a variety of issues, from socialism, capitalism, rights-based societies, duties, colonialism, different stages of economic development, different demographic features in those countries. The key terms that we used, youth, education, engagement, activism, these are all very difficult words to explain. And actually, they're all contested, even the word youth. So in different countries, very different things are meant by youth. And those countries that we involved in the project have very different demographic conditions. The proportions of young people in those societies varies hugely. For some people, youth is about children. For some people, it will be teenagers. Actually, in certain African societies, officially, 35 is the end of youth. At other times, it's not something which is age related, but it's about responsibilities. And in some countries, youth is really referred to as wait time, waiting until they're married, waiting until they're economically independent. So we're dealing with these different meanings. And the styles of engagement in the literature, it's a crowded field. There are lots of different ideas and lots of different phrases about how people engage. Is it about, just to use a few examples, political consumerism? Are people, as they engage, really shopping for different ways to take part in society? Is it a mundane citizenship, a sort of everyday experience? There's lots of different ways of looking at it, and we wanted to contribute to that literature. And we wanted perhaps to add something which would contribute to the literature of typologies, in which there was an understanding of that relationship between education and civic activism. And already in the literature, there's quite a lot of those typologies. If I can just use, here are some examples, but if I can just point to one in particular, So if we look, for example, at the one by Kahn and Westheimer, that's the third bullet point here. I mean, what sort of engagement is going on and what sort of education might be used to promote that sort of engagement or another sort of engagement? Do we want, if we look at the Kahn and Westheimer example, for example, the personally responsible? Is that what we want? That individuals should be responsible? They don't necessarily work with others. They just have to be good citizens as individuals. They go to work, they pay their taxes, they keep the law, they look after their families. Or do we want them to be participatory? Do we want them to work with others? And that's a community-oriented matter. It's all about groups. It's all about going out in society to relate to others and to do work with others for the good of others. And is it about a justice-oriented approach, which is a much more political thing, where people would recognize rights and do something to ensure that inequities in society were removed? So in education, which of these would we move towards? There are many different choices that we might have as we explore the relationship between education and activism. Now, in our 6 countries, if I can just give a brief indication of each of our 6 countries and the sorts of issues they're exploring. I don't pretend to be an expert on what's happening in every single country. So let me just say that briefly and generally, I'll say something about each of the countries that participated in our project. And then I'll try and say something generally about where we think the issues and ideas are that might help develop that relationship between education and activism. In Australia, very interesting situation, very recent introduction of a national curriculum. Until recently, each federal state would organise their own curriculum. Now there is a national curriculum. And it's interesting as well that there's quite a background in attempts to help people, young people, to understand and take part in society. So initiatives would include discovering democracy, and more recently, we've got the national curriculum, and there's a subject called civics and citizenship. They're concerned about levels of youth political knowledge. They recognize barriers, and they're trying to develop some effective practice, particularly around what they're calling supportive leadership, with intentional planning of opportunities and working with young people. In Canada, no national education system. Their education is organized provincially. So they have a system of provinces and territories, and their work varies hugely depending on which province you're in. The person who took part in our project is based in Ontario, but the work that takes place in Ontario is very different from some of the other provinces in Canada. Increasing online engagement. The rhetoric of formal education is changing quite noticeably from emphasizing civic duty in Canada and formal political structures to critical understanding, a much looser arrangements relating to practices of engagement. There's some very interesting issues in Canada, also in Australia, about Indigenous communities, cultural diversity, immigration, but also about Aboriginal peoples, Indigenous, Native North Americans. Implementation in Canada, many people feel it's been rather limited of grand ideas, but limited implementation. In England, where I'm based, I won't say too much about this for risk of saying too much, but we've got a national curriculum subject, citizenship education, which aims to help young people to understand and take part in society. And it shifted quite dramatically over the last few years. So until 2014, we had a conceptual framework for the national curriculum subject of citizenship education. Since 2014, it's much more about civics and volunteering. So I think the difference between civics and citizenship is that citizenship is much more about engagement in political processes. Civics tends to be more about understanding political structures and formal ways of taking part in society, such as voting. Lots of issues beyond schools which shape the debate in England. Social media is increasingly discussed. The European situation is very interesting. You probably have heard that we in the UK have recently left the European Union, so issues of European citizenship are important. There's something called the National Citizen Service, which encourages young people to take part in society. There's a debate about whether young people should vote at 16 or not. There are debates about the nature of Britishness, what it means. In Hungary, very interesting, post-socialist society. So now the parents of Hungarian youth are what's referred to as the Alpha Omega generation. In other words, the first and the last, i.e. the last of the old socialist system. So the parents of young people in Hungary at the moment are the last of the old socialist system. They were educated in the socialist society, and they're the first of the new. So that change period in 1989, when the Berlin Wall came down, is very important in Hungary. But what's happened for the so-called beta generation of those aged 15 to 29, they're born into a democratic political system and a capitalist economy, and civic education is neglected. Civic education got a bad name under a socialist society. And so when the change happened in 1989, 1990, they said, we don't want any more civic education. That may have contributed to low levels of political interest, non-involvement in organizations, and the development of what's referred to as rational rebels. In other words, Hungarian youth will take part when they deem it to be in their interest to do so. So they will not express interest in societal matters unless it is in their interest. So if there's been recently something about an internet tax, tuition fees, compulsory language exams, that sparks youth engagement. Other issues, much less so. Lebanon, very interesting society. Sectarian divides, wealth inequalities, large refugee population, and a highly significant youth population. So the demographics of Lebanon are very interesting. And there's a big division between what is offered by the state and what is offered by private schools. And at the moment, as I'm sure you know, economically and in other ways, it's a crisis-based society. In Singapore, very small nation state, background of colonialism, stability. The People's Action Party has been in power since 1959. It's been in many ways very, very successful, and it emphasizes consensus. And its key subject, as far as we're concerned, is called character and citizenship education. So that very explicit bringing together of the social and political with the moral. Now, it's interesting because there is a changing landscape. There are social class differences. Social media is widely used. There's greater diversity in the population. It will be interesting to see if that emphasis on consensus is maintained or whether there is increasing diversity and difference in the sort of society that people are educated for. So those are very briefly, the 6 countries that were involved in our project. Trying to pull things together and exploring, well, what is then this relationship between education and activism? We suggested in our project, and you can read more about it if you wish in those publications I referred to earlier, as being about 4 things in particular. That relationship is about four things in particular. What's the engagement with context? And there are choices. People have a choice about how they engage with context. And I've put in each of these points that I'm going to talk about in bold type the thing that to us seemed most educationally valuable. But that doesn't mean it's right, but it just seemed to us to be more coherent and educationally, to have education potential. And that material is on this slide in bold. So when there is engagement with context, it may be that there's just a political message that leaders in society expect young people to engage in particular ways. And we didn't think that was particularly educationally valuable. Or they emphasize information. Remember this, remember this, remember this. Or they emphasize issues. Let's have an argument about the latest issue. Now, more important, more valuable educationally, we felt, than those would be something that was situational and conceptual. In other words, that it would be meaningful for those young people in a particular context, a particular time and place, their place in their country, their area, their locality, their globe, and something that was conceptual. So something that brought together ideas. So are they exploring key ideas, key concepts, justice, for example, in a range of situations? Or are they just having a political message? Or are they just being told information? Or are they just being given the opportunity to argue over an issue? We thought an educational program would be something that was more situational and conceptual. In the second point, saying something about meaning. Now, again, there are different choices. What is civic action? Now, there's traditional civic action, such as voting. People might not understand what's going on, but every now and then they vote. They put a cross in a box. Or volunteering. Maybe they don't vote, but they go into their local community and take part. They volunteer. Or maybe they demonstrate. Maybe they go on marches. And we thought, more than those things, the educational potential would be in a recognition of the intersectionality of overlapping identities. To ask them, well, who are they? And to see that they have a particular social class, ethnicity, gender orientation, they're a member of a particular group or groups, and to see how those identities link, connect. And that would lead to number 3, an engagement with diversity. Not so much just teaching about diversity, but rather helping them to see that they're part of a diverse society by recognizing the connections with groups, not just their own, but with others. So there would be a sort of intercultural education, not just a multicultural, where you just look at different cultures, but an intercultural education where you see the interaction between those groups. And number 4, an engagement in reflexivity. In other words, not just to assess, which is limited anyway in this area of work, not just to evaluate, which sometimes is not that impressive, but rather to encourage them to have a cognitive, affective reflection on themselves and others as individuals and members of communities. Now, if they're the fundamental ideas, we also looked at the pedagogical ideas and discussions and debates. And I won't go through all of these now, but just to highlight that these were some of the debates that we were looking at as we read the literature and talked to a lot of people. And those 2 sections about the fundamental ideas and the pedagogical issues led us to these questions. Well, we wanted really to continue asking, is there a continuing culture of transmission-oriented teaching and learning? It's just teacher to pupil, Teacher knows, pupil doesn't. We expect them to receive. Are there fragmented theoretical policy constructs? The different people have different ideas, and we lack that consensus about civic education, citizenship education. Are there limits to the critique that we apply to it? What about students' identities and socio and economic circumstances? Does that mean that different students learn different things in different ways? And if we have different contexts and forms of democracy in different parts of the world, does that shape things differently? And what are we doing to prepare educators in relation to all of these things? So finally, this is my last slide. At the end of the project, we wanted to say we had those ideas about that relationship between education and engagement, that it was something about engagement with context, meaning, diversity, and reflexivity. We raised some questions about teaching and learning, and we would recommend that probably we need more work on a form of knowledge of educational endeavor, that the status of the area, citizenship education, social studies education, needs to be enhanced if we are to be able to meet any of the ambitions that are associated with it. And we need to think carefully about the pedagogical strategy that's capable of crossing the boundaries between schools and their communities and making connections between teaching and assessing. So I asked at the beginning, what is the relationship between educational and civic activism? I think it's a positive one, but I think we need to think about the forms of knowledge and the way in which they're taught and the systems in which they operate for all the potential to be realized. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Davies. It's a very interesting and inspirational talk. You know, it's a really amazing project, and we've learned from the lessons, yeah, from the 6 countries that you've just mentioned. And yeah, I'm wondering then, what about youth activism and education in Indonesia? And so I'm sure also the audience would like to ask questions around that. But before that, let's go ahead. Now we are moving to our second keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Triyanto SH.M.Hum. Yeah, he is from the Department of Civic Education, Sebelas Maret University, Indonesia. Professor Triyanto has a long list of achievement. Please allow me to read some of them, otherwise we have to spend time until night, I think, to read this. Well, I would like to highlight that Professor Triyanto has just earned his professorship. I think the inauguration was just a week ago, and in his quite young age. So I would like to take this opportunity to warmly congratulate him on this excellent achievement. In his career, he has taken up important positions in Sebelas Maret University. Since 2019 until now, he is the head of the Postgraduate of Civic Education Department of Sebelas Maret University. From 2016 to 2019, he is the head of Quality Assurance Unit in the Faculty of Education. From 2016 to 2018, he is the head of Intellectual Property Unit. He was the first doctor of civic education awarded by the Indonesian Record Museum in 2011. He has presented papers in international conferences in many countries in the world and has published numerous journal articles. He works specifically in law, human rights, civic education, and citizenship studies. Now he will be speaking to us for about 30 minutes on a current topic entitled Civic Education as a Tool for Building Democratic Society. Please join me and welcome Professor Triyanto. Professor Triyanto, please.
Thank you, Ms. Dian, for the time and your appreciation. Can you hear me? My sound is good?
Yeah, good.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let me share my screen. How about my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, excellent.
Okay, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in this opportunity, I would like to share my presentation. I would like to express my gratitude. I am happy here in one session with Professor Davies. And I think my presentation is connected with what Professor Davies presented about the civic education and also democratic society. I would like to emphasize that civic education has very close relationship with democratic society. And let me present what is the relationship. Let's start with the definition of civic education. Many people is often simply define civic education only as a standalone subject. Many people see the civic education only a subject in school. Actually, the civic education is a process, not only a subject, a process to develop smart and also good citizens. So civic education also includes three areas in school, families, and also in society. So how about the purpose of civic education? The purpose of civic education is to develop, the first is civic knowledge, civic skills, and also civic disposition. Not only that, civic purpose of civic education is also to encourage action to create justice, peaceful, and democratic society. So from this figure, we can see that the very close relationship between civic education and democratic society. So democratic society is part of civic education. What about civic knowledge? Civic knowledge generally includes about civic life, politics, government, constitutions, or rule of law, again, democracy, also international relations. So democracy is one of civic knowledge. So if we are studying about the civic education, it means that we will study about the democracy. What about civic skills? Yeah, civic skills includes intellectual skill and also participatory skills. I want to highlight the participatory skills. Participatory skill is one of requirement to build a democratic society. There is no democracy without participation. Participatory skills can be defined as interacting, monitoring, influencing formal and informal process of government in the community. So there is also civic dispositions. This civic dispositions includes the two things about private characters and also public characters. One of important things about public character is about critical mind. In democratic society, people should have a critical mind to monitor and to influence the society, also to criticize the government policy. Yeah, I would like to describe about the four competencies of civic education. Of course, there is civic knowledge, civic skills, civic disposition, and also civic actions. If we talk about civic knowledge, We talk about the understanding the political systems, institutions, and processes, the rights and responsibilities of citizens, human rights and responsibilities, the local, national, and international context. In civic skills, there is a critical thinking. So critical thinking is one of conditions to create democratic society. Without critical thinking, we cannot create democratic society. Problem solving, decision making, social or entrepreneurial skills, conflict resolutions, also information gathering and communication skills. In civic dispositions, there are belief in the dignity and equality of every human beings, determination to act justly, commitment to equality, respect for freedom, willingness to the work with and for others, also value diversity, respect for the rule of law, very important, also concern for human rights, and practice of the tolerance. In civic action, there is vote, engage in community service, become a member of civil society groups, advocate for change, like sign petitions, write letters to the government, advertise the cause, participate in walk or demonstrations. This is the description of civic education competencies. So from this description, we can see the part of democratic characteristic society. So how about the curriculum? If we talk about the civic education curriculum, if we want to build the democratic society, we have to see in the curriculum. So I offer for the 5 basic questions for civic education curriculum development. The first is about what are the civic life, politics, and also government. What are the foundation of the state political systems? How does the government established by the constitutions, values, and principles of democracy? What is the relationships of the state to the other nations as the world affairs? And last but not least, what are the roles of citizens in democracy? So, as again strengthen that the close relationship between civic education and democratic society. So how about the missions? A free society should rely on the knowledge, skill, and virtue of its citizens. So knowledge, skill, dispositions, character is very important to make good society. Without knowledge, without skill, without virtue or disposition, I think it's impossible to build a free society. Civic education is essential to preservation and also improvement of constitutional democracy. So without civic education, we don't have a democracy. Civic education should provide students with the basic understanding of civic lives, politics, and government. The formal curriculum should be augmented by related learning experiences in both school and community that enable students to learn how to participate, again, how to participate in their own governance. The importance of the informal curriculum should be recognized. Let you know that sometimes we only see the formal curriculum. In this session, I would like to strengthen that informal curriculum is very important. The informal curriculum refers to government of the school community. How about the civic education roles? Civics should be seen as a central concern from kindergarten to 12th grade, whether it is taught as a part of other curricula in separate units or courses. Civic education should not be considered incidental to the schooling of youth. Civic education should be considered as a central to the purposes of education and democracy. The Lincoln Prize, as very familiar from us, the government of the people, by the people, and for the people would be meaningless unless they have the knowledge, skill, character required to do so. So, government the people, by the people, and for the people is not enough. We need to improve the people knowledge, skill, and also characters. Civic education or civic participation in civic life is essential to sustaining our democratic form and the government. Without it, a government of the people, by the people, and for the people will not last. So it's very important, the three components about the knowledge, skill, and also characters. Cognitive, in learning, we familiar about the cognitive, affective, also psychomotor. So, civic education must include a focus on civic knowledge and skills, where youth gain an understanding of the process of government, prevalent political ideologies, civic and constitutional rights, and the history of heritage of the above. Civic values and dispositions, where youth gain an appreciation for civil discourse, free speech, and engagement with those whose perspective differs from their own. What about civic behavior? Where students develop the civic agency and confidence to vote, volunteer, attend public meetings, and engage with their communities. So, civic education is key to protecting democracy. In the era of rising authoritarianism, civic education and political literacy, especially for future voters, is a key to protecting democracy. Schools and universities must again take up the challenge to teach civic education anew and alert to fragility of democracy. Today, students need to know that even though they may not be politicians or work in government, they have an essential role to play in democracy, as they occupy the office of citizens. And to hold that office, they need to be potentially literate and develop certain vital competencies. So what about the strategy? I offer the student strategies about youth participation. So once students garner a robust civic education, it's important that they are able to transform that knowledge into civic education inside or outside of schools through strategies such as youth participatory action research, YPAR. Also, what Professor said, Professor Ian presented about youth-led activism. So, YPAR and its principles are effective for all students. Students conduct research through interviews, data collection, or another relevant method to analyze and resolve and develop adequate solutions. Afterwards, students advocate for those solutions to relevant decision-making bodies, including schools, administrators, and local and state policymakers. Also, classroom strategy about the news and media literacy education. To ensure students are prepared to be active citizens in the digital age, school and policymakers need to help them cultivate media and news literacy with robust curricula. Media literacy is the ability to access, analyze, evaluate, and create media in a variety of forms. New literacy more specifically focuses on growing engagement with the news, awareness of current events, and deeper knowledge of the role of journalists. Both news and media literacy are pertinent to students' civic education today, as students may be inundated with unreliable information through social media and the internet, which harm their ability to effectively engage on key issues. Last but not least, about the classroom and school management. Classroom and school should be managed by adults who govern in accordance with constitutional values and principles and who display traits of characters worth emulating. Students should be responsible for behaving in accordance with fair and reasonable standards and for respecting the rights and dignity of others, including their peers. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Triyanto, for a very informative talk. The strategies that you just mentioned, yeah, to prepare youth participation is, I think, really useful for all of us. Yeah. Right. Now we are going to begin inviting questions from the audience. We still have about an hour to go, so I think I would divide the session into 2 or 3 rounds. So for the first round, I would take 4 questions. Yeah, audience, you can click the raise hand button from the panel. Then I would invite you to ask questions. Then please mention your name, your institution, and to whom you ask your question. Yeah. Let's see, is there anyone raise hand? Yeah, I think please, Maidi Saputra, we have Maidi Saputra, Pak Bambang Suprihadi, and Pak Mahdi Muhana Aziz. Ada lagi? Yeah, I think, yeah, Pak Maidi first, and then Pak Bambang, and last one is Pak Mahdi. Yeah. Could you please turn on your camera? Pak Maidi, yeah.
Thank you for your excellent presentation, Prof. Ian Davies. I am Maidi Saputra from Universitas Negeri Malang. I have 2 questions. Number 1, have you ever doing your research with Indonesian as a respondents? What can you suggest from your research experience? And 2, is there any research potential that can you suggest for us in digital citizenship, especially in Indonesia? Thank you.
Yeah, I think Prof. Davies, you can start responding.
Oh, right. Okay. Sorry. I thought I was waiting for other questions. Okay. Thank you very much indeed for those questions. The first one, I think, is a very broad question about research experience, but I think my view is that successful research projects are those which develop good partnerships. And partnerships, I think, are based on real understanding of other people's perspectives. So in establishing a research team, I think people have many different talents. So I, for example, am very bad on analyzing large data sets. My quantitative skills are weak. But so usually when I engage in a project, I like to ensure that at least the people in the project team have got skills that I haven't got. But the other thing about partnership, I think, is also trying to ensure that both within the research team and as we collect and analyze the data, that there is that sense of partnership and empathy and understanding people's perspective. So if we were, as researchers, simply to collect information and the people we were collecting the information from didn't have any agency, didn't have any voice in that. They were really just our things in the science lab. I think that would be terrible. But if we operate respectfully in a partnership, I think then you get valuable things happening in a research project. And essentially, in a research project, I think the things should be, as far as possible, in precise and in depth. Precise and in depth. I think that's what characterizes good academic work. And then I think there needs to be a relationship between the academic and the professional. So all ideas have got a lot to say about practice. All practice has got a lot to say about the world of ideas. So I think partnership, I think precision and depth, I think ensuring that relationship between theory and practice. On the other question about digital, again, it's a very big field. I've done some work in that area, but there's a lot of good literature. I mean, for example, in the USA, I think if people were to look at work by Lance Bennett from the University of Washington, I think that's very good. I think another person who's done very good work recently, Ariadne Vroman from the University of Sydney in Australia. And I think the debates around social media are really debates about rights and freedom and duties. So I think what we seem to have really at the moment is a realization that the wild optimism of a few years ago, where people thought that, oh, this is going to be an absolutely wonderful thing for democracy and everything is going to work so successfully, is now changing to a realization that the information on the internet might not always be reliable, that there might be unsatisfactory relationships that are established between people through social media and so on. To achieve its educational function, I think, is a matter of reducing that unrealistic optimism, approaching it realistically as an instrument which gives an indication of the same sort of challenges and opportunities that we would have in other fields as well. So normal everyday teaching in a classroom raises certain issues. Those issues are actually still present in social media. They're about people's rights and duties and participation, and we need to use that sort of thinking from one area to realistically deal with the sorts of issues that are raised by the new of social media. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Davies and Pak Maidi. Next is Pak Bambang Supriyadi.
Okay, thank you very much for the time. Can you hear me, Professor Davies?
Yes, I can hear you.
I am Bambang Supriyadi. I'm teaching at School of Meteorology and Geophysics, STMKG. My question will be forwarded to particularly to Professor Ian Davies. I'm asking about the criterion of the sample of your research. Criterion of the sample of your research. There is two questions. Question number one, what is the range of age you mean about young people or young people from age 10, 40 or 50 or something, I don't know. And then why it is being asked? Because millennial people have different behavior with old people. Second number two is, how about the criterion of your research? Is it only for citizenship of England or international one? Because England with international ones have different background of culture. Thank you very much, Professor Ian Davies.
Thank you very much. In terms of the sampling, I think there's two things that I'd mentioned there. One would be that we for this particular project included 6 countries. And as I was saying before, they are not supposed to be representative of particular types, but they were included to give us opportunities to explore a wide variety of issues. So, for example, Singapore was not included as an example of a post-colonial society. But because we had Singapore, it did give us opportunities to think about post-colonialism. So the criteria for those 6 countries was considered, but not exclusive and not loose. So they were not tightly arranged into boxes that we could draw from. They were not types. But the second thing to mention about the including countries and the particular work that we did in that project was that it was a network project. And what that meant was, so Lever Humour had this scheme where you were allowed to do a project which was known as an international networking project. So we didn't go out and collect interview data or questionnaire data. What we did was networked, and we read a lot from those different countries and elsewhere, and we talked to a lot of people. So we had a lot of meetings with activists, with teachers, with academics, we had conferences and so on. So data was not empirical, it was a networking project. The age that we were using, as I was saying earlier, that different parts of the world have different ways of classifying youth, and we tried to be as open as we could to the different countries that were included in our project and beyond. And the situations in, for example, the UK and in Lebanon were very, very different. So we tried to be open to those different perspectives. And we tried to focus on broadly citizenship, which I think is to do with helping people to understand and take part in contemporary society. Thank you.
Thanks for your kind answer.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Davies and Pak Bambang. Next, I would like to invite Pak Mahdi or Mas Mahdi. Yeah.
Thank you very much for time. Good afternoon. My name is Mahdi Manajis. I am postgraduate in Sebelas Maret University. I have a question for Prof. Ian. My question is, how are the students concerned or interest about politics in social media? Is that a civic engagement, and does it have an impact in the formation of a state of police? Because I look at this era of more students spending time on social media. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. I'm sorry, the sound wasn't very good. Could you please say the question again? It's something about social media, is that right?
Yes.
How are the student concerns or interests about politics in social media? Is that a civic engagement, and does it have an impact in the formation of states of police? Because I look at this era of more. Thank you.
Sorry, I can't quite hear. Could the chair of the session help me, please?
Yeah, I also find it like a choppy sound. So I think what he is questioning is about students' concerns or interest on politics in social media.
Okay, so right. Okay, so in terms of that relationship between what teachers do and students' concerns, I think it's quite a complicated relationship, because I think we really need to pay attention to what students are interested in. Their motivation is obviously very important, and the meaning that they can receive from our teaching will be better if they are genuinely interested in those particular issues. However, if we build a curriculum around students' interests and nothing else, then I think there are potential dangers. And I think I think what we need to think about really are two things. One, what is the overarching purpose of the curriculum? And if you look in different parts of the world, there are very different purposes. So in some parts of the world, they really emphasize an academic curriculum. It's the best that's been thought and said. That's it. It's academic. For others, it's economic. It's about preparing workers. For others, it's child development. It's allowing the child to grow and flourish as an individual. And for others, there's a social and political purpose. It's making democracy. It's making an inclusive democratic society. So those are very different things. They might connect, they might overlap. But the first thing I'd say is we need to decide what the overarching purpose of the curriculum is. And then the second thing is, I think we need to go beyond content and go beyond a discussion of issues to establish a conceptual framework. So I think a curriculum without a conceptual framework is ultimately incoherent. I think a curriculum without a conceptual framework is simply passing on things that we think are important. It's not really educating people. So if we were to look at a curriculum and say, we can see there the real heart of the conceptual framework. They're learning, for example, about justice. They're learning about duties. They're learning about rights. Okay, that's not just content. That's a conceptual framework. And perhaps also, obviously, the last thing is to think about how it's taught and how it's assessed, because that will influence very strongly the development of that curriculum. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Davies and Mas Mahdi. I think Professor Triyanto, I think this question is also relevant to your topic. Perhaps you would like to comment on the students' concerns or interest on politics and social media.
Yes, of course. Right now, social media is a reality. So social media has two sides, negative and positive. For positive purposes, we can use social media to make a campaign, the democratic society. But in the other side, social media also can be used for negative purposes, to make propaganda or hoax or negative campaign. So, but we cannot refuse social media. We must use the social media and fight to improve the democratic equality. I think we cannot refuse, but we must go with the social media, even though social media has positive or negative impact. Ms. Dian.
Thank you so much. Right, that's the first round of the session. Now let's open another round. I'll take another 3 questions. Yeah, you can just click the raise hand button on your Zoom panel. Right, we have Mas Raharjo and mana ada lagi? Or just while waiting for other participants, if you have any questions, just raise your hand and I'll ask you to unmute your mic. Okay, Mas Raharjo, would you like to ask your question now, please?
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
Mention your name, institution, and
my name is Raharjo. I'm from Universitas Sebelas, Maret. Okay, Prof. Davies, thank you for your explanation. I'm curious and confused about the difference between civic education and citizenship education before. I thought it was just a matter of terminology, but in fact, you explained that the difference is quite substantial. However, my question is, can this difference be generalized to all countries, including Indonesia? And then the second one of our question is, I'm also curious how your projections relate to the development of civic education and citizenship education in Indonesia with all the characteristics of the people. Because I'm worried that if in the future civic education is neglected or ignored in Indonesia, like in Hungary that you explained before, because then maybe I will be jobless or just be a researcher. Because I'm also afraid if Indonesian government in the future will abolish the civic education curriculum from school, as well as the civic education department in university, if the civic education neglected by people. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the questions. I think they're really interesting questions. I think, as you say, I think there's a difference between civics and citizenship. I think civics is about helping people to understand the structure of a governing system, that it's about constitutions and institutions. And there used to be a subject taught in England called British Constitution, and it would tell people how many members of Parliament there were, what the role of the Prime Minister was, and so on. And I think it wasn't particularly useful because it was inert information. It didn't really mean anything. And in many ways as well, the information that was being given to young people was actually misleading, because in practice, a political system usually doesn't operate as it's supposed to. So we might, for example, be able to write down the role of the Prime Minister or President, but in practice, there are many other things which need to be considered before we really understand the role of the President or Prime Minister. So it's inert information, it's misleading, and it's ultimately unhelpful. Now, I don't mean that people should never understand the political system of their country. Of course they should. Of course they should. That can be very useful. But I'm saying that if it's the primary organizing framework of the curriculum, then I think it has some potentially serious deficits. Now, citizenship, I think, is about understanding political ideas and processes, and it's much more about engagement, and it should be much more about much more meaningful to young people, particularly if the curriculum has that conceptual framework. Now, on the particular point of, does everybody accept that those are the differences? This is civics and this is citizenship. I think you're absolutely right. No, they don't. They don't. And if, for example, you look at Ontario, which I mentioned before, they use the word civics, and so do the people in the USA. They use the word civics, and many of them, when they use the word civics, mean what I say when I use the word citizenship. So what I'm trying to say is really that my way of understanding the nature of education about contemporary society is to see that there are these two very different, there are many different, but these two fundamental, very different approaches. One is civics, constitutions and institutions. One is citizenship, much more about ideas and engagement. But that's an idea, a way of understanding. And if I'm really going to understand in particular circumstances, then I need to know, oh, what that individual means. So if that individual says civics, I don't automatically assume that they only mean constitutions and institutions. I have to talk to them a little more and say, well, what do you actually mean when you talk about civics? Or what do you actually mean when you talk about citizenship? And they may or may not agree with my way of understanding it. On the second issue, I think, well, there's a very particular way of looking at the question, which is, you know, what could I say about Indonesia? And I don't know enough about Indonesia to say anything, so I don't know. But if I look at the question generally and say, well, I mean, people have important, very respectable, very necessary career decisions to make. And is there a career in social studies? Is there a career in citizenship? And in many countries, there isn't. And I think there's a difficulty here in that those sorts of ideas and issues are always there in school. Schools are political organizations. They teach people about society. But there may not be someone employed to be explicitly the person who is titled as the expert on citizenship or social studies or whatever it might be. And so when I was a teacher, many years ago now, but when I was a teacher, I mainly taught history as well as teaching a form of social studies. So I had a backup. And I think people making career decisions have a difficult job to do. I'm very strongly in favor of there being a social studies program that helps people explicitly understand contemporary society and take part in it. But there are going to be certain countries where that is not on the curriculum. And so they will have to make difficult career decisions based on that, as I did. Individually, I had to make those decisions because for much of my teaching career, it was not a subject on the timetable. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Davies and Pak Raharjo. I think Professor Triyanto can also say something about this, yeah, about the future of graduates of civic education. I think it's interesting. Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dian. A good question from Pak Raharjo. I try to give you keyword. If we talk about a civic education, it means that we talk about a process. My keyword is about the process. So we talk about the citizenship. Usually it's defined as nationality, but it's different. If we talk about citizenship, it's about rights and responsibilities, right and obligation. So if we talk about citizenship, our angle is from citizen. So if we talk about the civic education, the angle is about the process. Process can be done by government, by society, by school, but in citizenship, we talk about the right and obligations, also right and responsibilities. Ms. Dian.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Triyanto. Right, okay, next question. Does anyone would like to ask questions to our excellent keynote speakers? Yeah, I actually have a question, if I may, to both of our keynote speakers. This is the about youth engagement during the COVID-19 pandemic. Would you like to, yeah, because I see that from social media, for example, the number of the cases like the hoax, you know, and I think youth also has, you know, a kind of like a participate in that kind of spreading the untruthful news, something like that. So what do you suggest, or how should we do with this? Yeah, perhaps Professor Davies and Professor Triyanto would like to comment on this.
Professor Davies, or okay, let me first.
Yeah,
Talk about the hoax. Yes, I think it's the big problem in Indonesia, I think especially, but I don't know in other countries. But about the hoax, we should teach about the digital ethics. So we must prepare our student or our youth generation about digital ethics, because in our schools sometimes we don't teach about the ethics. So their behavior, so they share fake news or hoax news, and we must prepare our people with media literacy or digital literacy. They should be aware the news in the social media is not all true, so they can develop critical thinking. So if they hear the fake news or the hoax news, they can analyze and clarify and make decision it is true or not. So not only in that, even though this news is true, so they should think again, should I share this news, should I share this information if the news will bring the bad impact. So I think they don't should share the news, even though the news I think is true. So sometimes sharing is not always good. If the sharing give negative impact, so they should not share the news. Ms. Dian.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Triyanto. Professor Davies, do you have any comments?
COVID, yep, thank you. I think COVID has raised many different and very difficult issues. I mean, generally speaking, young people are less likely to be badly affected by the disease. And I think that's led to a certain attitude on their part, on the part of older people, about how young people engage. Generally, in the UK, my view is that COVID has been very badly managed, very badly managed. I think many people have died unnecessarily. I think it's a tragic situation. I think it has highlighted issues about the nature of a good society and the extent to which freedom is always a good thing. So if people are allowed to engage with others and don't take precautions, then is that okay, because that is their right to live in a free society where they can do what they want, or is that a very bad thing? Well, my general view is that's a bad thing, that there should be a sense of responsibility and duty and care for others. And I think the UK has badly managed things. I think it's led young people to spend a lot of time out of school. And I think what the impact generally has been on that is to heighten inequality. And I think that's a major problem. So I think the first thing I'm trying to say is that there is a simple competence thing about how the government has managed it, and I think they've largely failed. I think it's very illuminating about the nature of the good society and about rights and duties. I think it's very significant what's happened in terms of levels of inequality, and that's been problematic. That better off students have managed to do well, much better than other students when there's time out of school. And interestingly, the exam system has been very significantly disrupted, and I think there are some issues and questions about people's belief in the reliability of the exam system. So there are always opportunities through even tragic circumstances, but generally I think educationally it's not a good situation at all.
Okay, thank you, Professor Davies. I saw that there are 2 raised hands here. Yeah, so I would like to invite Rizky Karima first to ask question, and then Feriansyah. Yeah, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Karima, and I'm here. I would like to ask to our speakers this afternoon.
Where are you from, Mbak Rizky? Where are you from?
I am a postgraduate student from Universitas Sebelas Maret. Yeah, and I would like to ask to the 2 of our speakers this afternoon. So from the research that has been done, I want to know, do you think civic education can make young people engage more in civic activism? Because in Indonesia, we get civic education in our curriculum when we're in school, from elementary school to even in university, right? So do you think it's enough to make the young people to support the democracy, to push them to engage more in civic activism? I think that's all. Or maybe we need to learn the civic education from other institution, like non-formal institution. I think that's all the question. Thank you.
Yeah. So who goes first, Professor Triyanto or Professor Davies? Professor Triyanto seems ready now.
Okay, thank you.
Would like to go first? Yeah.
Question about from Rizky about civic engagement. I think civic engagement is the main challenges in civic education. So I think if we want to make civic engagement, we have to prepare the steps. Sometimes we only see in the civic education only civic participation. So I think the participation is not enough. I think we need to improve to civic engagement. If we have engagement, so we will make people in one heart. So the community will help each other from the heart, because engagement, I think, is more than participation. But to create engagement, I think it's not easy. It's not easy. We can make participation, but to make engagement, it's not easy. So it's need a process, and the student or the people should aware that they should engage in community. So we must give the reason why they should engage. So we must describe or explain the benefit of engagement. I think engagement is the main purposes in civic, one of main purposes in civic education. Ms. Dian.
Okay, thank you, Professor Triyanto. Professor Davies, please.
Thank you. I think it's a really interesting question, and my answer is that I think we have plenty of research evidence to show that civic education or particular types of civic education, citizenship education, works. I think it can help people to understand society more fully. I think it can promote their engagement. There is lots of research evidence about that. I mean, from England specifically, just a few examples. If you go to the web pages of the National Foundation of Educational Research, NFER, they have information on their pages about something called the Citizenship Education Longitudinal Study, CELS. And that very clearly shows that people understand more and are likely to take part more. The Government Inspection Service in England is known as Ofsted, OFSTED, the Office for Standards in Education, and that has a series of reports about citizenship education showing that a particular approach is effective. And individual academics, for example, Paul Whiteley, he's written a very good article from a few years ago called Does Citizenship Education Work? And his answer is yes, and he points to a lot of evidence about that. Internationally, the ICCS is well worth looking at. People like Judith Turney-Purter and others have got lots of evidence that shows particular approaches work. So yes. Now, the only thing though I'd like to say is that, first of all, their evidence is about particular sorts of civic education. So some approaches work and some do not. So I think that's important. And secondly, I think when we look at levels of engagement in society, they are actually quite low. So we need just to be a bit careful that we don't put teachers in a position of taking the blame for society's problems. So if we know that a form of civic education, citizenship education, works, then some people might say, oh, well, in that case, we should have high levels of involvement. And if we don't have high levels of involvement, then it's teachers' fault. They should take the blame. And I would say we just need to be very cautious about that, because it's not teachers' fault if there are low levels of involvement. There's a lot of things going on in society to prevent meaningful democratic political involvement. As a famous sociologist, Basil Bernstein, once said, school cannot compensate for society. So we need to balance those things. One, that very definitely certain sorts of citizenship education work, and we have the evidence for that. Certain sorts of citizenship education do not work. And however well teachers do, they can't be expected to achieve widespread success immediately, because there are other forces in society that are working against that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Davies. Yeah, thank you, Mbak Rizky. Right, so next question from Mas Feriansyah, please. Mention your name, your institution, and to whom you ask your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dian, for the opportunity. Thank you. Good afternoon, Prof. Triyanto and Prof. Davies. I asked about the nowadays humans are product of algorithm in a digital era. Humans are a product, not a subject in a digital activity. why this condition can seen from the polarization citizens in Indonesia with a campaign president in 2014 and 2019. I talk about the citizen in Indonesia is shadow conscience about the participant in politics. This is the factor about algorithm politics created from the elite politics in Indonesia. We face the polarizations about the choice of president elections. This is a factor of religion about the first challenge from the multiculturalism paradigm in education in Indonesia. In 2018, I researched about the multiculturalism challenge in school based on religions. In Indonesia, education or school based on religion grow up after middle class phenomena to explain your day spiritualism activism. This is the challenge of our citizens, our students, and our citizens in Indonesia. Okay, sorry, I come from Universitas Negeri Medan. I lecture in philosophy of education, in science education. This is my ask for the challenge of human as a product for algorithm in digital era. Thank you, Professor. Thank you from Budian. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mas Feryansyah. Sorry, to whom you asked your question?
How to approach for a civic education to face the challenge about the digital algorithm. We citizens as a subject in digital, human are not a subject. Human are a product, object from the choice.
Okay.
I talk about the shadow science, shadow citizen involvement in judgment. Jadi this is not a subject awareness. Jadi citizens not build the awareness about their choice. This is about the algorithm.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Miss Dia.
Yeah, thank you, Mas Ferry. Professor Davies. Yeah.
Could you help me, please, just to understand the question? I'm not quite sure what's being asked.
Yeah. So what he asked is, how do civic education respond to the digital, algorithm, right?
Algorithm.
Yeah. How the society or people nowadays seems to be a subject, not the active actor or something like that. How do civic education respond to that?
Okay. So basically, it's how do we stop people being things that are acted upon? How do we ensure that they have certain agency?
That's right.
Well,
yeah.
okay. I think, well, that's a good question, but I think it's very difficult because a lot of early work in this area focused on political socialization. And political socialization is very important because, of course, we are shaped by society. And if society now includes things such as social media, there are nevertheless forces in society which shape those individuals. I think political socialization research, people became dissatisfied with how it used to operate because it saw people as being only subjects, that they were shaped by forces in society, social class, ethnicity, gender, and they had no agency. And it's interesting with social media that there's a certain parallel in discussions about social media, either side of the millennium. So that Web 1 was essentially just transferring information, whereas the nature of Web 2, ever since the year 2000, roughly, has been this greater emphasis on interactivity, that people respond, people create, as well as receive. So we've got this dilemma that there are certain perspectives and forces that are shaping people. It's very important that we accept that. But if we move beyond it, that's generally it's better, because people do interact. It's an expression of reality that people connect in society and interact with each other. And they do so in part through social media. But what that means, the recognition of that interaction, is that there are certain political issues and perspectives that are thrown into sharp relief by that. So what is the nature of that interaction, the nature of that response? Can people just then say anything? And I think that's not right. I think if people can say anything, that's a libertarian society which might not be alert to the sort of justice that's needed for vulnerable people. So there's a political perspective about it. But there's also an educational perspective, in that professional educators and others have got a responsibility to ensure a coherent conceptual framework that people can learn. So if we take something like social media, because it's relatively new, the boundaries around it have not been established. And I think my answer is that we need to pay attention politically to the sort of ideology that we're comfortable with. And for me, that would not be just anything goes. People can say anything, whether it's true or not true. And educationally, that needs to be done professionally by establishing a curriculum that was inclusive and had at its heart a conceptual framework. So that's the nature of my answer. In a free and democratic society that's inclusive, we need to pay attention to the nature of the political ideology and the nature of the educational framework. And for the educational framework, that for me means a conceptual framework, not just the business of transmitting political messages or allowing students to absorb information or allowing students to argue with each other. They're all things that go on and they're not very useful. What we need is that professional conceptual framework that allows people to understand and take part and reflect on taking part in an educational process. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Davies. Professor Triyanto, do you would like to comment?
Yes, I can catch the keyword from Pak Feriansa about human as I think as a object, yeah, object of digital market, because in the big data era, our behavior is recorded in internet, so they can make like big data and classify our behavior, and so that the digital era places us as an object to gain the market. I think it's about the business, yeah, because but it's related with the civic knowledge. So the second word I get from your question is about the polarization as impact of the maybe general election. So it's connected with the knowledge. So I think democracy is not about, it's not only in the for the people, by the people, and from the people. I think the people should be educated. So democracy will not democracy is not good if the knowledge is not good. So good democracy needs well-educated people. So it's very important, well-educated, well-knowledge, well-skilled, and well attitude. So it is our, I think it's our homework, our job to improve our education. I think the level of education should be improved. I think maybe we can see in UK, maybe if the people could have good education, maybe they will be rational voter. So I think most of people in Indonesia sometimes is characterized as irrational vote. So sometimes choose based on religions, race, or etc. Based on traditional reasons. Ms. Dian.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Professor Triyanto. That is the end of the second round of the question and answer session. And I'm afraid that I will not open another round, as we are now approaching to the end of the presentation. I'm sorry about that. I think you can contact directly Professor Ian and or Professor Triyanto if you have questions, yeah, presentation later on. Sorry about that. Right, so and it looks like that we have covered all of the our questions. I think we are going to bring things to a close now. Professor Davies and Professor Triyanto, I would like to invite you to provide a closing statement, yeah, or anything else you wanted to cover before a wrap up, please. Professor Triyanto first, and then Professor Davies.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dian. Okay, in the last but not least, I want to emphasize about the civic education role. So if we want to build democratic society, we should improve our civic education quality. So democracy is not about, I repeat, about but the people, for the people, by the people, but the people should be educated well, should have a good knowledge, good skill, and also good attitude. I think that's the requirement to create the democratic society. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Triyanto. Professor Davies, please.
Thank you very much. I think that helping young people to understand contemporary society and to take part in it is obviously extremely important. I can't think of anything else professionally and academically which is more important. I think also that it's unavoidable. So the interactions that we have with young people do tell them about rights and duties and the nature of what we think is a decent, good society. It's unavoidable. We just do that all the time. So if it's important and if it's unavoidable, then we need to do it properly. And I think doing it properly means that we must have a strong research base. We must continue to contribute to that. And I think we must look locally, nationally, internationally, and globally to ensure that we've got a variety of perspectives, an inclusive approach, which is going to be aligned with our intentions of a good education system. And I think I would like to say that it's great privilege and honor for me to be able to contribute to this event, which is obviously concerned with such important matters, and the voices of different people have been raised. And so thank you very much indeed for allowing me the opportunity to be a part of this very nice, very important event. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very powerful closing statement. Thank you very much to both presenters for addressing interesting and informative talk. It was a pleasure to have you with us. And as a token of appreciation on behalf of the committee, the postgraduate of civic education, Sebelas Maret University, would like to present to you this certificate. Let me share my screen one moment. Hang on. Yeah, can you see my screen? Yeah, so this is a certificate of appreciation awarded to Professor Ian Davies for being a keynote speaker in International Conference of Social Science and Education, ICSSE 2021. Professor Triyanto is the conference chair. So thank you very much, Professor Ian Davies. Really pleased to have you. And this goes to Professor Triyanto, certificate of appreciation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For
Thank you
being
very much.
a speaker in this very fantastic event. Okay, so what we are going to do now is, I think the committee would take a picture of all of us.
Yes. Could you help me, Ms. Dian?
Yeah, all right. So I have now 6 screens, yeah, on my laptop. So I need to, you please bear with me. I'll take, if it's possible, please turn on your camera so you can see your face, smiling face here. Right, okay. One moment. Yeah, this is my first screen. Hang on. I'll go to the second screen now. You ready? Okay, nice to see you smile. All right, good. Now I'm going to move to the third screen. Yeah, okay, good. One moment. Oh, that's great. Okay, now the fourth screen. All right, that's nice to have more than 100 participants. Okay. Oh, good. Now the fifth. Right. Here you go. Yeah. That's great. Nice. And the last one. Okay. Great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all our participants. I really appreciate your participation during this event. Thank you all your active participation. So that is the end of our session today. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Miss MC, time is yours.
Ya, saya kembalikan kepada MC, silahkan.
Thank you, Miss Dian. Thank you, Professor Davies. Nice to meet you.
Thank you, Prof. Ian. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for Mrs. Jian for guiding our session this afternoon, and also thank you very much for all the material or the information from Professor Ian Davies and also Professor Triyanto, and hope that all the knowledge that given by all the keynote speaker will give more benefit for us for being a good and smart citizen. And before we close our session today, we would like to share a certificate from Mrs. Dian as our moderator today.
Oh, thank you so much.
Okay, maybe we can share. Okay. Okay, Mrs. Dian, we will give you a certificate to appreciate your outstanding guidance for being moderator in this session, and hope we can have another chance for having you again in other conference or maybe other agenda with Civic Education Sebelas Maret University. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I feel honored. See you next time.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your kind attention for joining our second session, and for all the presenters in this conference who will have a session tomorrow. I would like to inform some information that you will have a parallel session at 9 AM in the morning, yeah, for Jakarta time. So you will present all your presentation based on the theme for the first international conference on social science and education. And tomorrow you will have some guidance for your room, yeah, for joining the Zoom. And the committee will divide you into some breakout rooms, and tomorrow we will announce later. Okay, thank you for all your coming on this first day of the first ICSSE 2021. And thank you very much for your attention, and thank you very much for the all committee and also speakers. Have your nice rest for today, and see you on second international conference on social studies and education 2022. Thank you and good afternoon. Bye. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Miss Dian. See you next time.
Ya, thank you, Prof. Tri. Sukses selalu.
Ya, terima kasih.
Saya
Thank you
izin
semuanya.
pamit. Ya,
Dari kawan-kawan semua.
mari.
It's time to bring education into the fourth industrial revolution. Flexible, tailor-made curricula are taught by teachers who become mentors to their students, giving the workforce of tomorrow the tools to become active lifelong learners, independent problem solvers, and create a diverse and pluralistic society where every person understands and plays to their strengths, building a fair and self-sustaining model for education rather than knowledge. Universitas Sebelas Maret is here to align Education 4.0 with Industry 4.0. Universitas Sebelas Maret was established on March 11, 1976. As one of the most outstanding universities in Indonesia, Universitas Sebelas Maret has noble ideals to develop the country.
Universitas Sebelas Maret is located in the suburban area of Surakarta, colloquially known as Solo, a city in central Java, Indonesia. The city is located within a 50